item 2 in our agenda. We'll go ahead and cut out some time in item 2 here to go ahead and jump into these issues. Brother Lewis, you get that record button punched there for us?
The recording has started.
Thank you, Brother Lewis. And at this point, we would like to set the tone on the spiritual plane here by doing an opening prayer in agenda item 1. And just a reference there, there's a web link in agenda item 1 to reference by Blackstone about the laws of nature and nature's God, about how we're supposed to be trying to harmonize with natural laws of truth and justice and peace here, and that also requires humility, so that we're not stepping on each other's toes. We're keeping respect and things. Thank you for pulling that up as a reference. I don't think I'll be reading it here, though, Lewis, but it is nice to at least have a visual on that. And so if there's no objection, I would like to petition the God of Israel, Yahweh Jehovah, in the name of his precious Son, Jesus Yeshua, true God Yahweh Jehovah, please send your angels with your Holy Spirit to guide and direct this conference, that we might all be humble before the ultimate cause of truth and justice, and as Mr. Blackstone was saying also, as to which you yourself conform. You, true God Yahweh Jehovah, are harmonious with principles of truth and justice and peace and righteousness. And thereunder, we also need to be humble and harmonious with those principles and open with our brothers and sisters to constructive criticism when we might be in error. It really takes serious humility on these issues if we're going to follow your supreme laws of truth and justice the way you have set them in motion, and thereunder we may advance your kingdom upon this earth, as did your precious Son, Jesus Yeshua, 2,000 years ago, at least according to the beliefs of many of us here. And in his precious name we humbly pray these things. Amen. Hey, thank you all. And at that point, in agenda item 2, there's 2 general categories. And the first one is, are there any new cases that anyone would like to bring before our Supreme Court of Law for the USA? Anybody?
May I? Go ahead. Other one?
This is Michael in Florida. I would propose that we consider adding this election crime as a national crime of historic proportions to our list of criminal acts that needs to be adjudicated. Thank you.
That, if I might, yes, Michael, that sounds like a very well-phrased proposition. It is time for a criminal complaint. I think we've got enough evidence that we don't no longer need any investigation. I think the evidence is overwhelming.
Here, here.
And it's time to form a complaint, similar to what we've done with the coronavirus complaint. If you or anybody else can frame a criminal complaint against Mr. Biden and whoever else might be the movers and shakers behind this what many of us perceive as a subversive agenda here, then that would be a big step forward. And maybe there's some among us that find fault with it, and we can seek consensus. If we're all humble, we should be looking for righteousness and truth.
Well, if I may add to that, I think it would be good to initially borrow and use the lawsuits filed by Sidney Powell in Georgia and Michigan, and both of those suits are available in complete form, PDF, and we could start with those.
Well,
of course,
that sounds like a good start. I would like to kind of see how they might plug into our process, but if they're setting forth criminal complaints, it sounds like a good starting point anyway. Can you produce an email or something with some web links into where those complaints might be?
Yeah, sure will. We're going to be putting it up on the website, countycongress.com, so I'll forward that to you.
Okay. Any other complaints that anyone would like to bring before our court here?
Well, this is David. Charles, you and I talked a little bit earlier today on what I'm working on right now. And I will have that, I would assume I'll have that finished by about Monday. And what I was thinking is that as opposed to or in addition to a summary, what you may want to do is if you were to volunteer or anybody volunteer to come up with a summary of what I've got, is to maybe go through it and just do a table of content, with some line items of what page things are being.
Okay.
Is somebody else trying to talk?
Yeah, it did sound like somebody was talking over you there. Folks, please mute if you're not talking.
So anyway, that will be up and coming, and I will be sending it out regardless. If anybody thinks it worthy of being considered a complaint and where action can be taken on it, then I'll go with it. I yield.
That sounds great, David. Is there any other complaints that anyone would like to bring before our court here?
Addendum to the matter at hand, Chris, in Las Vegas, the suggestion that nothing has been done before this particular electoral cycle could use some modification, because I know specifically that Elizabeth Warren and a couple of others had previously complained, a.k.a. Pocahontas, previously complained about the electoral theft in the Bernie Sanders election cycle. Not to mention, it's very evident to me, and was at the time, that the last cycle that so-called Barack Obama allegedly won, which I think was a theft of the election also, was pretty blatant and in your face for people with eyes to see and ears to hear and the spirit of discernment to have paid attention to that theft of the election, notwithstanding that the RNC trampled over Ron Paul and put in John McCain instead, or Mossad Mitt Romney was another one they tried to foist on the American people, who is blatantly corrupted and co-opted by alternative to American interest. So these are things that certainly forbear on the present situation at hand, and this blatant, in-your-face theft of selection to destroy any pretext of confidence the American public had in an objectively fair election is pretty much to create electoral chaos intentionally in the Cloward and Pliven model of pressure from above, below, without, and within to destroy any pretext so they can reform it in the form they want, although I think the only form that would be acceptable would be written ballots with hand selected that has an accountability and traceability and auditability attached to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. K. A number of very provocative suggestions there. Yes, and in terms of cases, I guess that would be a case that we could definitely entertain. It would take some formatting. Maybe that'll harmonize with Mr. Nally here. And at that point, I guess we should open up discussion to other news items on the agenda in item 2 here. New items to be placed upon the agenda. Other items. Well, I guess that's new cases. I rather told Michael that we'd broaden out at this point a little bit, and I didn't have that specifically in item 2. I'd like to take item 2 here and liberalize it a little bit because there's a number of ideas and insights on the table, news developments that I think should probably fit in here before we go on to item 3. News items. Michael, I think I promised you some time here. Would you care to go ahead and at least introduce one of whichever of the two of your propositions is the highest on your mind there, Michael?
Yeah, thank you, Charles. Michael in Florida. I would select the issue of the election. Oh, pardon me. Had to sneeze there. Pardon me. The issue of the election is front and center and of highest importance. And it appears that after much investigation by state legislatures of Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Michigan, but mainly Pennsylvania, and there was a hearing this past week, a 4-hour hearing that was held in Gettysburg by the Pennsylvania Senate and members of the legislature, that they were showcasing the volumes of evidence they have with a handful of eyewitnesses and with their affidavits. And the evidence is actually shocking, to say the least. Far worse than I had even imagined. I've been talking about this particular issue for over 6-7 years. These machines, there are several companies that have been making them, and it was common knowledge to those of us in the election community that have been, aware of these. And nobody would listen. Nobody would, consider it. I even went to my county commission months ago, ahead of the election, and warned them about the ES&S election system software machines that my county used. And the supervisor of elections, Paul Stomulus, just ignored it. And recently we had a chance to meet with him at a public meeting, and I forced him to admit that there are problems with the machines. And it was very interesting watching an official admit failure publicly. So I think what the point is here, that, we need to understand that the evidence demands accountability to the fraud that was committed. And as this moves forward in the courts and in the state legislatures, I was just wondering, all the people on the call, would there be any objections to anyone pursuing, these legislatures and courts pursuing these allegations of crime? I would like to know if there's any objections, or in this body, on this conference call, do we have a unanimous consensus that yes, further investigation is warranted? I was wondering, could anyone that object to that make their voice known? If not, we would assume it's unanimous.
Lewis of Michigan would abstain.
What's the purpose for abstaining?
I don't believe I have enough information on the other states to object. If this question was about Michigan specifically, I would certainly object. What I've read regarding Pennsylvania was exactly opposite in terms of mounds of evidence or overwhelming evidence. In fact, I've heard again that, and I cannot quote, so I haven't read the decision by the justices there, but I would look to do that first. But what I'm hearing is completely opposite of what's just been presented. And until I know myself factually, what side is accurate, I don't feel that, I would object or support. Again, if it was limited to Michigan, I would certainly object, but it's not.
So you
asked about
not,
Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Okay, so you did not hear about or see the hearing in Pennsylvania, the 4-hour hearing with 4 hours of testimony?
Excerpts only. No, I put in over between 45, 50 hours a week, so I didn't have an opportunity to view that live. One of the things that I did have a chance to view live here was the Michigan election board and their votes and some of their discussions, which also lasted 3.5 or so hours. But I simply was available to do so at that time. No, I've only seen excerpts of it, and I don't trust excerpts without at least me reading.
Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'll do this, and I'll send you the link. We're going to put up the full 4-hour legislature of Pennsylvania's hearing in Gettysburg, and we'll put it up on the site. Somebody's unmuted.
Yeah. Somebody in the background, please mute it. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Michael.
But anyways, we'll put the entire 4-hour legislative hearing up on the countycongress.com website, and you can view it there. And it's it will be unedited, full and complete, and with volumes of witnesses. And the other states, the evidence is pouring in on a daily basis. And I work too 40, 50, 60 hours a week, but I make time to fit these critical pieces of evidence in my schedule because this is historic, this is unprecedented, and it demands our utmost and highest amount of attention. So I yield, Charles. That's all I wanted to present right now.
Chris in Las
Vegas.
Vegas.
Charles, I'd like to respond to that. Yes. Mike, I'll attempt to do so. Again, if there's something written, is a preference as opposed to viewing, this 4-hour hearing. I do agree in terms of the magnitude of the event. And again, but that's Pennsylvania. And here, as David has indicated earlier, we've got things going on here in Michigan as well. So I was actually reading the suit that was submitted to the Michigan Supreme Court, a body that I've been reviewing a couple of their most recent rulings as well. So I'm very interested in this, and I'm currently reading what evidence she has brought forward in this suit. So again, I have, simply because of the nature of my job, something that is written as opposed to a video form is always best for me, just by nature. That said, I also, when I take a look at something, keep in mind the lens, because what I'm finding is each of these challenges are taking place around municipalities that have large populations of people of color. So in Wisconsin, when you start taking a look at Milwaukee County, and in Pennsylvania, when you start talking about where they're attempting to have that state actually throw out over 230,000 votes, when you start talking about Pennsylvania and they're targeting, of course, Philadelphia, when you start talking about Michigan and they're targeting, of course, Wayne County, which is specifically Detroit, the largest county of Wayne, and who voted overwhelmingly in support. I think this was the third highest vote total of for a particular candidate at 94%, second only, or third, I should say, to Hillary Clinton's 95% in 2016, and of course Barack Obama's 98% in 2012. So when you start looking at this, and of course Georgia, taking a look at Fulton County and Atlanta, when you start looking at this, from a different lens. You once again see an attack on a certain population. So I will follow through, with the review of the evidence.
Point of order, that's speculation. You can't say that a particular group of people is being targeted. That's speculation. But let me ask
I don't believe so. I don't believe it is, based upon any more so than what you have presented, based upon your level of knowledge at this point in time. I think if that's the case, then we're both speculating to a certain degree.
May I add a little to this conversation?
Well, just briefly, I wanted to respond to Lewis. This is Michael in Florida. Lewis, are you aware of the voting machines made by Smartmatic, ES&S, and Dominion that were used by Hugo Chavez? Are you aware of these three companies and these three products by these three companies?
I am, and I'm not so certain if the connection to Chavez is accurate. At this point, I've heard that. I even did take the time, the last video that I actually took 2 hours out to view, because of the person or the man, I should say, who referred the video to me, was one based upon this algorithm, and who purported to show that with various counties in Michigan specifically, how this algorithm was able to switch a vote with these machines that you've just spoken of. And
it's been proven. It's been proven.
Well, that video was completely debunked. It was bull, and it was a struggle for me to go past the first 5 minutes because the so-called experts couldn't even get the number of counties on Michigan correct, and they kept it up on the video, and they started with 86, and I'm looking at where are they talking about? So it started wrong, and it was presented wrong. Well, I shouldn't say wrong. It was presented in the light that they chose to present it. So of the evidence that is presented to me, once scrutinized, it does not stand. So I look forward to any evidence and stand scrutinization. I yield.
If I may ask you another question,
Michael Charles here. Can we maybe agree to disagree between you and Lewis? I think a polarity is manifesting there, and there are other people that would like to discuss this issue in a manner that I think is probably got a greater chance of leading towards a consensus rather than continuing on with the polarity between yourself and Lewis here, brother.
I'll revisit it later. I'll yield right now to your request, but 6 states had a shutdown of the vote simultaneously, and this is another fact that we cannot ignore. It's evidence of widespread collusion and conspiracy, and I just wanted to know if he discounted and dismissed that fact also. I yield. We'll visit it later. I yield.
Thank you, Michael.
Charles. Okay.
Yes.
Number one, when yielding, one cannot make statements without being able to present the facts. You're making statements, Michael, as fact, when factually in a court, not in front of a camera or a press conference or on a YouTube video, but in courts of law, there has been no evidence presented. Those are the forms that I'd like to remain within. And secondly, I think that the question was asked to divert. I believe that I don't believe that there was a unanimous opinion needed, and I had no intention on stepping up and providing an objection to this. So I think the question itself generated, and which was unnecessary. I think it could have moved forward without that discussion, in my opinion, which we've now taken about 15 minutes of. So I yield.
This is David, point of order. I just want to make sure that the next person that speaks, that I'm in order after that person. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Lewis. Thank you, Michael. I think, Lewis, you did make some legitimate points there that need to be addressed, similarly as Michael is gracefully also, I believe, agreeing to disagree, and that maybe we can revisit these issues later in the discussion. I think it would be good to go ahead and take David's point of order and allow him to help us de-escalate.
Charles, you had a "if I may" in there right after Michael, so just Chris is here from Vegas that I think should have the floor.
Yes, David, Chris.
I agree.
Thank you.
I agree.
I'm going to shed some light on things that I actually know related to both parties that were.
Chris.
Yep.
I believe David had the floor next, and then you're right after David.
No, not me.
No. I recognize that he was trying to break in.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you, David. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, David Call, which is a pretty noteworthy attorney up in the Michiganders area, the Great Lakes Legal Foundation or project, something of that nature up there, has a case in front of the Michigan Supreme Court that has gotten quite a bit of legs, and he did get a adverse ruling from the lower courts being highly conflicted and biased, not unusual. But this David Call is a very well-respected 38-year bar attorney there in Michigan that has a lot of issues with what's going on, along with Sidney Powell and others that are bringing cases in there also. The Pennsylvania legislature has reevaluated and rescinded their position of approving the election as had foregone, and they have now re-examined that and changed their position partially on the Pennsylvania legislature's dispute and showings of actual evidence by Rudy Giuliani, the president, and others before that particular legislative body. And so that's definitely in dispute and being questioned and challenged based upon a lot of the issues with this pieces of equipment that seem to have other than American interest and being computed and accounted in foreign governmental controlled areas, which brings questions on the security of the American electoral process and the actual true counts of the votes. Monday there's a hearing before the Arizona Supreme Court, also by Sidney Powell and others down there that are taking strong exceptions with the Fox so-called news network, which apparently has been co-opted and perverted and become adverse to American interest, pre-announcing a win for Biden way before the polls were actually closed, along with a lot of the other voting machine issues of the Dominion and other aspects of different equipment that has been brought in that is adverse to American positions. Although it seems very clear that there were things that went on that were not lawfully compliant with the fair elections concepts that apparently deprived all voters of their rights to have their votes properly, lawfully considered of lawful voters as opposed to ones that were not lawful. And so further investigation, although seems clear to me that the investigations are still ongoing, but it is clear that something very questionable and clearly criminal in most Americans' minds took place during this particular cycle and probably other cycles before. And if we don't stop this and return credible, honest elections to America, then the republic has definitely fallen. And so I think in putting it on the board for further investigation, although considering new information is always something we want to do, because without all the facts, we can't make clearly informed decisions. And with that, I think I'll yield, but I thank you very much for letting me add the knowledge. Of course, Nevada here is on a whole other story. Same thing here, but I thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Chris. Is there others would like to address this issue?
There was David. David Michigan.
Yeah, a couple of things. I did want to just say while he was talking that I was looking up David Call, C-A-L-L, and I could not find such a person here in Michigan. I was wondering if I could get a correct spelling on that.
Kall. I apologize.
Kall. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, I'll look that person up because I was going to be sending something to Sidney Powell, and I think I'd like to do that instead with, or in addition to, with David Kall, Kall. What I thought was going to be really interesting here is the number of affidavits that are being used and the significance that we in common law, many of us anyway, place on truth affidavits of truth, and how that if they are unrebutted with another affidavit of truth signed, based on one's integrity and all that stuff, that they stand as truth in a court of law as well as anywhere else. And that what's interesting is that I know Charles knows how many affidavits I've used over the years to deal. Let me get rid of a call here. How many affidavits, including Cornell Squires, Trish Krause, and Cliff Stafford, and about 60, 70 other affidavits I have put into the court. I have filed into the court, and the court doesn't give them even the notice of a boo. And how that to address a comment about Lewis's position that if the courts are saying this, then it must be true. At least that's how it's being conveyed. That and especially if it's here in Michigan, if the courts say it, I know the opposite is probably true.
Here.
I know how many crimes I have registered and memorialized in writing and come out and called out of these criminals that are running the government in Wayne County, in Oakland County, in Lansing, Union County, and statewide. And so I'm just and what I'm getting ready to put out there, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, is with regard to Washtenaw County. Now, I just wanted to point out to Lewis that I have not, over the course of this past year, made him privy to much of the stuff that I'm doing, because he appeared to, I'll talk directly to him, Lewis, you appeared to want to keep me relegated to Oakland County and keep me out of the Wayne County business, so, that was okay with me, and I bugged out. But the stuff that I'm working on right now, if Lewis wants to be privy to that, and it sounds like he's too busy to be privy to it, it is going to include a hands down evidence that what has gone on in Washtenaw County is just the opposite of an attack on the black population. That it has this progressivism, this democracy chair has been just the opposite of constitutional governance and the rule of law. It's basically, if we say so, it must be. And that's the same kind of philosophy that I just heard you say with regard to the Pennsylvania courts. And we've got a Pennsylvanian here, being Nikki, so I'm sure she's got a lot to say, and she has definitely shown humility in her passivity here. So anyway, I think I've said a lot of what I wanted to say. I got the spelling of David Kall, and I will be looking that person up. I'll be getting my stuff out. If Lewis is inclined to care about what I experienced in Washtenaw County that supports my premise, then I'll be happy to send it to him when I send this out to Charles. and a whole slew of others. I yield.
Louis, would you care to respond?
Thank you. Thank you, Charles, for that opportunity. Yes, I would. First, I'd never attempted to regulate you to any particular county of Michigan. What we were talking about was a particular topic, which I didn't think was appropriate for the Michigan Assembly call. That's first. Second, I've made no statement or implied or otherwise that said if the court says something that it's factual. What I said was that the courts asked the Trump people to present evidence, all of this overwhelming evidence that they've been speaking of publicly, and in the courts, they were not able to produce the evidence. So I didn't say that if the court, the court says something and it's factual. I'll tell you this: I've been paying attention to some recent Michigan Supreme Court decisions, and they've each recognized the common law. So I don't think this most recent suit by the member of the non-Trump team, by supposedly these 3 GPO members here on Michigan, has any teeth. I think that the people here of Michigan and within the Republican Party are simply surprised that, number one, over 50% of the voting population came out and voted, not more votes than people. That is, again, misinformation that has been put forth by Mr. Trump publicly, which is ridiculous. But I think that they were surprised at at how the vote was, just how despised the man is here within this region, because the variances in terms of numbers of votes to the numbers that are on the books for a particular precinct, which varied anywhere from 4 at the low end to 27 at the high end. Wayne County wasn't even the highest. Washtenaw County, that David just spoke of, was the highest. But they wouldn't dare go out to Washtenaw County and attack any municipality as they're attempting to attack Wayne County and Detroit specifically. Secondly, even within Wayne County, the votes of Detroit weren't the most within the it was Livonia that had the difference of 27 voters with the various. Well, why aren't they out in Livonia raising sand out there? Why? Livonia's 95% white. That's why. So, like I said, there are other things in place here, and here in Michigan specifically, I'm not buying the machines. No, I'm not. I know that the region here, neither John James nor Trump had a chance. So if it was close in outstate Michigan, once it came down to Oakland and Wayne County, Macomb is one that stays red, with Warren being their largest city. But between those counties, along with Washtenaw, and it was a wrap. So they're wasting time and money here, just as they've done recently and they have found out in Wisconsin. That's what I'm stating. Now, that said, yes, David, I'm always interested.
I thought you were just addressing what I was saying, and I never mentioned
I am. And the last thing that
or anything, but I did want to address something before you go on to about 10 more things.
I had one more thing. Wait a minute, David. You had multiple. You covered at least 4 different areas.
Point of order.
State your point.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to point out that with regard to what you said about the courts, is that can you go back and restate just that first thing that you started out with?
Yes, I never said that the courts. I accepted what the court said as fact, or if it came out, it didn't matter unless the court said it. I said the Trump team was given ample opportunity in the courts to present the evidence.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. That I wanted to address. I can only speak by my own personal experiences, and I've got a lot of experiences in these courts out here at the state level, at the federal level, and at the local level. And I have presented what I know are the facts. I have presented the affidavits, which are, unless they're refuted, they are the facts, the legal facts. And I have presented the laws as facts, verbatim. And I have had the people here in Michigan operating these corrupt, racketeering crime syndicates tell me and write rule opinions and judgment orders and all this other kind of crap to memorialize their view that and their claims, which are false claims, that I have presented no facts.
David.
You know, and then they'll add
point of order, though, David, is this. This isn't regarding one of your cases, and I'm not disputing anything that you've said. I'm stating in these cases regarding this election. That's what we're discussing.
Okay, if I may. So how do you know this information?
Where there's smoke, there's fire. And if there's a little smoke over there and there's a little smoke over here, and I know for a fact that where the smoke is over here, there was a fire associated with it. If somebody else is saying a similar kind of smoke is going on over in Wayne County, then, and I've already had lots of experiences in Wayne County, so I know how corrupt the courts are over there. But we're talking about Pennsylvania, and when it came to student loans, I was dealing with Pennsylvania too. And so I know for a fact, personal experience, that what they say, they can look right at the evidence and put on their blinders and say, I didn't see anything. I'm sorry, you didn't make it. You didn't cut the mustard because we say so. Go to hell, basically.
David, if I might, I think Lewis is making a legitimate, specific complaint about the Trump administration failing to provide the evidence, and I think that complaint probably has merit. I don't think it's useful, David, to highlight the general issue of the corruption of the courts, as you seem to be doing here. We all know that we've got corruption in the courts. Lewis is following due process of law with specifics that the Trump administration simply has not produced the evidence to support their complaints. Am I mischaracterizing your position, Lewis?
No, that's exactly my position.
So he's been able to validate and verify and pay attention with these 50 to 60 hours a week that he's working and everything to be able to make the judgment on his own that he knows for a fact that's the way it is, outside of whatever these corrupt.
Well, David, the moving party, a.k.a. you, needs to present the evidence to inform Lewis where he's in error, if you've got it. Otherwise, the issue needs to be tabled for later on down the road, brother.
Well, I to the point that it was just a few weeks ago that Lewis was telling other people on the call, Mike in particular in Florida, that if he had anything kind of assertions in the affirmative sense, like Lewis is making right now, that he better shut his mouth, basically, or back it up right then and there. I yield.
Okay, point of information.
The proposition. The burden of proof is on the person that's making the proposition, David.
And I haven't made any positions of the affirmative. First, David, you're turning things around. Second, let me correct this. I didn't say I do 50 to 60. I said I do 45 to 50. That's 50 to 60 was Mike. I'm very, very accurate there. Let's be accurate in the information. So you're putting other stuff out there. That isn't the case. I said I'd like to be. I didn't even get to the point of addressing all of this information or these claims that you're alleging against Washtenaw County, and if I would be even interested in reviewing that. Remember, I was interrupted by you before I could get to that last point of the 4 points that you made during your period of time that you had the floor. And I was trying to address each one. So, the thing is this. I haven't said the courts are the end-all. I said the Supreme Court of Michigan, over the last couple of decisions that I've seen, the cases that I've taken the time to read, have supported the position of the common law. In one, I've gone back and pulled out all of the citations that they're using, and I'm going through to see which support our position here on Michigan, because there are many. I mean, many. It's not 2, 3, 4, even a handful. It's like over 80. So, I'm going back, and so I want to clear that up. But with regards to all of this huge fraud that has been purported publicly, I'm stating when I've had a chance to review the actual case or the transcript or the filing or the response, that hasn't been the case. And even with where I haven't had a chance to review it in writing with Pennsylvania, I said I've only seen clips, which I know can be taken out of context or used out of context. I know this. That's why I don't like clips. I like to read it. But of those, there is an area that I saw also along with the video, the transcript of that section of dialogue. Example, where they asked Rudy what's the man's name? Trump's personal lawyer.
Giuliani.
Yeah, Giuliani. What evidence did he have of fraud? And he said specifically, this is not a fraud case. Now that if I don't care if you just take nothing else, if that's a direct quote, well, you've been in front of the television and anybody else that would have you, stating that you've got massive evidence of fraud. So to go in front of the court and say this is not a fraud case, and then produce no evidence of this fraud that you've spoken of, and when they pushed them on it, that's when that statement came out. He said, well, then why are we here? Those are the type of things, along with the record, the one-loss record. So I haven't had a chance to dig into 34 cases. I don't know about the 40, 50, or 60 that David spoken of. I was following about at least I knew that there were over 30. Last count was 34. There had been one verdict which could be considered a win. The rest were losses or still pending. Or had already lost at another venue and still going, adding to the total number. So no, I haven't had a chance to read 34 cases. 34 cases aren't relevant here to Michigan. So I start here, and I took a look at the others, and especially with the areas with cities such as Philadelphia, Atlanta, Milwaukee, where they're looking to throw out not a few votes, but over 200,000, and of course Detroit. And this is going to go further than just this year. The damage done by what they're accused. I mean, the officials and those that are serving here. There's damage done by these accusations, which will go. They're going to last, and they're going to be some repercussions, and it's going to be really quite a job. And now I am giving opinion on moving forward and once again reuniting that
point of
realm.
Order. Can we move on from? Can we move on from this? I yield.
Well, Lewis, were you concluded?
I was. I would say I think that's quite ironic when I thought that this portion of the conversation was brought on by asking a simple question is, can we assume that this is a unanimous decision? Which I did not think that was necessary moving forward. So I yield.
Thank you, Lewis. It looks like I'm inclined to believe there is a lot of fraud, but Lewis, in my mind, is making a powerful argument that to the contrary. And we would need to be getting down to nitty-gritty nuts and bolts of affidavits of things like that. And Lewis is generally a little bit more left-leaning, and I think in order to move forward without the polarity that Lewis has probably had a pretty good workout, and maybe we can kind of broaden out the discussion here amongst more of our people that are more inclined to believe that there is massive voting fraud here. Hopefully Lewis won't continue to raise the issue, but can be content to allow us to table it for future discussions there to get to the nuts and bolts. And at this point, I would like to really take a big jump over to Paul Nally that has got similar concerns there in Georgia that I think could kind of articulate our the general group of us that do believe there is more fraud involved here than apparently what Lewis is inclined to believe. Mr. Nally, could you help us to try to de-escalate the polarity that has recently manifested and discuss your views on the entire situation as you were talking about as we started the conference here?
Well, I'll make a stab at it, and I thank you. And I thank all of you for your willingness to be concerned enough to pay attention to what's going on with the object of your contract with each other and with me. I would point out first that all of us on this telephone call right now are all sitting board members of two of the largest corporations in the world, the United States of America and our respective states. And as such, we have a duty to manage the object of our contract, which is the government. And in this particular case,
I was texting you.
And in this particular case, the franchise that we enjoy. I would point out that this process of voting in the political arena has not worked out all that well. I think perhaps this is the one time when there is the most division among the people in this nation. Now, in that event, then there are some members in our society who have taken the time and the effort to go out and look and find evidence of misconduct being involved in this voting process. And they have taken their skills and their knowledge, and they have gone into the courts to seek a remedy. The problem I see is they are seeking a civil remedy. For example, the two litigations that have been filed in the past couple of days are filed under 42 U.S.C. 1983 and 42 U.S.C. 1988. Now, there are times when pleadings filed in tort, and those are federal tort statutes, can work. Unfortunately, they take a lot of time to get through, and there's a lot of dissension. The one thing we have overlooked is the fact that if there has been the misconduct which is alleged, if that conduct is proven to have actually happened, then what we're looking at is men and women in this nation who have committed criminal acts and should be criminally prosecuted.
Hear, hear.
Now, amen.
There is in each of our states one body of people who are charged by law to make that determination. That is the grand jury. And the federal grand jury exists in all 50 states and in the insular possessions. So I would suggest, and by the way, Charles, I sent you a copy of my draft pleading for Monday morning to the federal grand jury in Atlanta. And you can share that with everybody. They can edit it and amend it as they see fit if they want to pursue that process. But anyway, the grand jury is a lot like this meeting. It is structured. It has rules of procedure, and they have the power to enforce that procedure. And by doing so, they can quickly cut through the BS and get down to the core facts. And if they find, yes, it is a fact in our mind that John Doe destroyed 30 ballots, then we're going to indict John Doe. And it's done. If they find, on the other hand, that those same 30 votes were accidentally disposed of, then there is no indictment. John Doe's okay. But now the election officials are going to have to figure out, how do we get these 30 votes back? And do it in a transparent way so that nobody can say that we were amiss in our conduct. So at any rate, whether it's Michigan, whether it's Georgia, whether it's New York or Pennsylvania, the grand juries are the place where we need to take this matter so that not only is any actual misconduct involved in vote tabulations is cleared up, but those who are in fact manipulating these votes are criminally prosecuted, sent to trial. So that is the tack I'm taking here in Georgia, and I should have that petition to the grand jury should be ready for filing Monday, and it will have approximately 11 plaintiffs, some of whom will be witnesses. Yes, and I'll yield.
Thank you, Paul. I would like to ask, I'd like to briefly point out that grand juries, I believe, are quite dysfunctional, and that we should go straight to trial juries, and we should do our own courts. I think you were talking about within the federal system, though, and I recognize within the federal system that is probably the optimal pathway. I'd like to briefly mix it up a little bit more. I believe Chris Cave especially might have some valuable insight here, and then I'd like to open the discussion up to others that might have more insight and a commentary on how we might proceed to address these issues of concerns of corruption in the electoral process. Mr. Cave, do you have any further comments or questions that you would like to follow up with?
Well, there's a particular burning question that occurred while the previous speaker was eloquently presenting his points, and it seems to me in the Erie Railroad versus Tompkins decision that they did away with the federal grand jury, supposedly, and I'm not sure where they come back with that version of that so-called grand jury, but as Andrew J. Napolitano in his Constitutional Chaos book points out, that most cases the juries have been hijacked by the prosecution and most of the state courts, and it's become an inquisitorial star chamber, effectually a cruel trilemma court, where there is no presentment of a defense whatsoever for the alleged accused. That's a critical issue that I see that needs to be corrected in some fashion. If there's no defense ability, in fact, myself, I have been particularly victimized by having my home stolen from me under the guise that I was pendent a charge of felony domestic terrorism by resisting an officer with a weapon accusation. And that eventually was dismissed. And so while it was pendent, as they're terming it, and a prosecution for that action that was eventually dismissed, they opted into the presumption that I was guilty instead of the American concept that we're supposed to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. And this was by a so-called Article III federal judge in Las Vegas. And this victimization of myself and many others, I would postulate, is very dangerous to freedom and liberty, because under this guise of the USA, I presume to call it more correctly, Kill a Patriot Act, they call it the Patriot Act, 10 United States Code 2358, the Strom-Thurmond National Defense Authorization Act of 1961, and its evil, wicked twin sister, State Department Bulletin Pamphlet number 7277, Freedom from War in a So-Called Peaceful Society, the UN Plan for Disarmament, also of 1961. They've got other iterations that have been devolved on the American people by these corrupt courts. And so I'm not sure where the federal grand juries come from, although I supposedly have one scheduled for myself here. I'm anxious for a voir dire before they're seated, and how can people that are not U.S. citizens be judged by U.S. citizens who are obviously incompetent, because that's a fictitious creation of Congress, a hypothetical entity that was devised under the so-called 14th Amendment. So there are a number of different matters that I think are critical that we at least examine and all have our says about, in order to come into a conclusion that a true trial, I think you're terming it a jury trial, although I think the original term was trial by jury of your peers, which were the people in your local areas that know you and have some sense of who you actually are to make a determination to your guilt or innocence and or absence or presence of intent. And with that, I'll yield, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Chris Cave. I would, and I know there's a lot of people that have thoughts that they would like to share on this issue, but there is an old friend from a long time ago that's just recently joined with us. I'd like to welcome, and maybe he's got some points he would like to share. Klaus Becker, I believe, from Kansas. Klaus, would you like to say hi and share any thoughts that you might have on this issue?
Yeah, well, I don't have a whole lot of thoughts. In fact, I have too many thoughts to be sharing. I do say hello, and it's been a while since we've communicated. I haven't seen an email from you for quite a while, and but anyway, wow, I wanted to hear and listen to what everybody is saying, and I agree that that in order to make a statement, you've got to have the facts, and if you have an opinion, it's worth exactly what you pay for it, and so forth and so on. And I don't really have a whole lot more to say at this point, but my thoughts are, in essence, I believe, okay, and I use that term advisedly, that I believe that there was an inherent fraud in this whole election. The demon rats, the Democrats, I think are all basically at that level, are very demonic, and I think that they have planned the whole thing out there to screw up this whole election. That's all I'll say about that. And I'd like to just turn it back over to you, Charles, and it's good to hear your voice again. And take a little listening before I have to go down and make some dinner.
Well, thank you, Klaus, for sharing your insights there. And at this point, I think I should open the discussion back up to Michael and or David or anybody else that's got some steam in their boiler that they'd like to talk a little bit more about this issue.
That's me.
Vicki?
May I? Okay. What I'd like to do, though, is go along with what Paul and Charles, or Chris, rather, was saying. And for a little bit of background about where I'm coming from with these voting machines, when they were being discussed back in the late 90s, mid-90s to late 90s in Clark County, Nevada. I happened to be living there, and hey, when they were telling us that there was going to be only one or two people in the corporate structure of where these machines were going to be made that had the codes, immediately what came to my mind was Proverbs 28:21. Hey, for a piece of bread, a man will transgress, So they could be bought off, especially if they wanted to keep their jobs. So anyhow, where I'm going with that is that's where, my history goes back with them or with these machines, and that is the late 90s in Clark County, Nevada. And then when I came up here to Pennsylvania, they were talking about it in the early 2000s. And I said the same thing to the election department. How can you trust just a couple of people with the codes for these election machines? How could they be fair if those people are bought off? So that's where I'm coming from with these election machines. And, of course, there's been a lot of sophistication with the coding and with, all the things that you guys were talking about. So what I am doing is I'm looking at the history of all of this, and the trial by jury seems like the right way to go because all the evidence is there. And I went ahead and I put in the chat area there Lysander Spooner's essays on trial by jury. And in the first part of the book, if you just go ahead and and I have the links there, and if you just go to the word legislature, so you just go ahead and click on a search for the word legislators, and if you want, you could probably read it off the screen if you show it. The people who are on, the caller can, maybe it can be read. So
which
Lewis
link?
Can read it.
Vicki, which link? I see two links. I see your one on I'll just slide it over. That's one link.
No, that's not that. That goes back to that too, because of the way it has been since the beginning, since 1787. But I bring to your attention that Lysander Spooner, and that is the snip that's at the top of my chat. The chats that I've been putting in there, the chat things that I've been putting in there.
Okay. Oh, okay, got it. I didn't give me the link.
Yeah, in the chat stream.
Let's see if I can grab that by itself.
And I want to remind anybody who is listening is that, and that's not it. That's the con that they were going under, the 1787 con, and actually you could go there or you can go to the thing above it, but on there it'll start down at the bottom, the last paragraph, at the bottom of that particular page, and down at the bottom in the black there, as far as results go, is eight places that you will be able to see legislators in there. But go to page, I think it's 13 on that. And I think you're on No. Go back to page 13, right at the beginning, where you were.
Okay, it's done a search. That's what happened here. It's
a
search for the word legislatures there. I need to remove
that
word then?
You don't have to. All you have to do is go down a little bit further to where the line is, and then go down to where it says results, and you'll see two little blue spots. And if you click on the first blue spot to the left, keep going to the left, the first blue spot. So you're on the second blue spot right now.
Are we here? Are we in the right spot here?
Go up a little. Yes. Yeah, you can either start up there at neither, or you can go down to, I think it's but, and it begins the next paragraph down. Yeah, but. And this is suffrage, and of course suffrage is our electoral system. We have the right to suffrage. That means to vote. So our voting system here. And go ahead and read that to get a gist of where I'm coming from, because, either today he would be described, Spooner would be described as a conspiracy theorist. And I remind you guys, this is only 62 years after the 10 Amendments were adopted, were amended, as the Bill of Rights. So they were recognizing what was happening back then very well, and Spooner puts it right there. And in looking at trial by jury and doing searches for key words, you'll see that the trial by jury is the way to go. So, Charles, what I'm asking you is, based on other information I have in the chat area there, and in the chat area I also have cases involving the 2020 presidential election are listed here. So this is a case tracker that you have access to. Do you see that, Louis, in the chat area?
Yes. Yeah, I see your links there in the chat area. Is everyone else seeing those?
So that is pretty much what a grand jury would be doing, is looking at these cases, the case tracker, and following them, and then bring it to what you're doing, Charles, and, get together 12 people or so and, pull them out of a hat and, hey, let's go ahead and have a trial by jury nationwide. We are the people. We, the people, not we, the people, and the pipe that they were using back then, but we, the people, in every state constitution, have got the power to alter, reform, or abolish our government as we see fit. And Spooner shows that he was not a conspiracy theorist, because everything that he put in there, he was a historian. He was a well-educated historian that saw how things were going to progress, and they put it right there. And before his birth, the generation before him, he's only the first generation, quote, United States citizen, because he was something like 45 years old when he wrote this, or something like that, going back in his history. So where I'm headed with this is that 1776, when in the course of human events, and we're at a course of human events right now, it becomes necessary for one people to, number one, dissolve the political bands. So now that we know what's wrong with the political bands, it was mentioned right there by Spooner way back in 1853 that it was going to come to this point. They recognized it in 1776. Let's go ahead and do it, because, obviously that we have not yet assumed amongst the powers of the earth a separate and equal station to which we're entitled, and that causes us to have to declare the causes which impel us to the separation. All of it is right here, right now, in our face. Let's get it done. Go ahead, Louis, go ahead and read that so that everyone hears, and my daughter has television on, so I need to read out here.
Okay. Go ahead and move this out of the way. Anyone else? If not, I've got one thing that I'd like to, if I may, one thing that I'd like, I think Chris of Nevada had asked a question regarding the federal grand jury and where that body existed. I think he said he had something coming up with them, but although he wasn't sure of their existence, I think, and if I've got that, if I'm in error there, Chris, please don't hesitate to.
You're on point.
To correct me. Okay, I'd like to hear Paul of Georgia if he's got a response to that, and I'd also like to say. One thing that I did appreciate hearing from Paul when he was talking was referencing the social compact or contract, also referencing the elective franchise and the duties of the franchise and how one might, protect or even operate the franchise. So I was wondering, Paul, did you have any comment to Chris's earlier question regarding federal grand juries? I yield.
Well, thank you. And, of course, the grand jury comes from the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution. But before that, it existed in common law. Now, the one nice thing, and I can't speak to all the other states' grand jury systems, but the nice thing about the state of Georgia, in our Constitution, the people picked up the grand jury from the common law fully clothed with every privilege, every immunity, every power, and every responsibility that was known at that time, and they set it down in the black letter law of our Constitution. Not only did they do that, but they made sure that it wasn't going to be changed because they also limited the state legislature in Georgia to making laws concerning the grand jury on 2 items only: the selection of the grand jurors and their compensation. Beyond that, the legislature has to keep its hands off our grand jury. But the federal grand jury it is an institution. As a matter of fact, it has occurred to me that the best way to refer to a federal grand jury is an Article 5 court of inquiry. It is separate and distinct from the Article 6 courts. The Article 3 courts.
Hear, hear.
Amen.
So, judges can't run it. District attorneys can't run it. Nobody runs the grand jury except the foreman and his associate justices. Now,
if I may, point of inquiry.
Here's a problem that goes with that, though, and the comment has been made earlier tonight. Grand jurors, as a rule, are dumber than dirt about how powerful they are, and I'll yield.
If I may, on the point of inquiry, this is Michael in Florida.
Yes, Mike.
It's been commonly said and bragged about that prosecutors can indict a ham sandwich if they want to.
Yes, that was a comment originally attributed to a New York judge, and he was correct.
Yeah, they manipulate the jury by fear and duress and threat. And, we need to be reminded by the Scalia opinion that he wrote in 1993 regarding Williams versus United States. It was Anthony Scalia who clearly sided with common law historicity and precedent in regard to the grand jury. In that opinion, he made it clear that we, the people, are the boss, are the sovereigns over the grand jury. And he even declared it's not a government institution. And I would urge everyone to read that decision, Williams versus United States. It's a 93 case.
Yes.
I yield.
I thank you for bringing that case to our attention.
And in regard to, if I may briefly, in regard to the presentment portion of the grand jury Article 5 institution. That was removed in 1946 by a mere act of a judicial committee, not even a legislative committee. And they simply removed the word presentment. And now they have deemed the presentment to be null and void, and that only an indictment by a prosecutor is recognized. I yield.
How is that constitutional?
It's not.
Correct.
I could make an observation if you like.
When does that matter to them, though? They're tyranny.
It doesn't.
Tyranny never recognizes the law. I yield.
This is David. I just wanted to make a quick injection here to let Mike know in Florida that David Call is actually David Kallman, M-A-N, K-A-L-L-M-A-N. So, just to let you know.
Thank you, David.
Just Chris, near Las Vegas. Your observations about the jury and the courts themselves and the replacing, the fact that the bar has taken complete control of the whole criminal justice system is a very dangerous to freedom and liberty concept. They have assimilated all separated powers under their so-called private association, their club, their bar, their union guild, if you will, and this is the part of the issue that we're having. We're seeing tyranny of the judiciary. Sorry for the dog in the background, but this is exactly what we've seen with so-called Judge Sullivan that Sidney Powell was dealing with General Flynn, who was just recently pardoned by Trump for Thanksgiving. But this fellow was prosecuting from the bench. He was exceeding his judicial authority, but under their bar rules, I guess anything they can get away with is deemed to be legal. And I can assure you that having possession of a district court federal handbook, there is an application in there for the Supreme Court, and there is a bar application appended for that, so they're only admitting bar members to the Supreme Court. And that is a very troubling concept, since they are foreign agents under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, and they really have done a very fabulous job of seditiously undermining the Republic, as they were set forth here in this country to do from Britain, if you will.
A quickie question on that. Are they operating under a corporate structure, or are they operating under a true government structure? And if
your observation is very correct. Under the 1871 D.C. Incorporations Act, that's when they converted Corp US to Corp USA Inc. Well, actually from U.S. to Corp USA Inc. I apologize for misstating that. The corporation, 28 U.S.C. Section 3002, parenthetical 15, United States of America, is a for private profits foreign-owned corporation.
So they can do anything they want.
And we have a bar guild running the courts and making their own bar policies, procedures, statutes, and codes. There's a case called Overton versus U.S., another one called Wheeling versus something, that basically tells us that statutes, codes, policies, and procedures are only for their employees, not for we the people, because we are the sovereigns, supposedly, self-ruling, regulating, controlling, taking personal responsibility for our own actions, and to keep our servants under wraps, as we're supposed to do in the original designs of the forefathers and the Republican form of government. With that, I'll yield.
If I may,
there's court cases again.
If I may, a brief piece of news. Ohio just certified the vote. Trump won Ohio.
Whoa!
I yield.
Whoa, really?
Whoa!
Yep.
That's good. If that's true, that's good news.
Trump won Ohio.
No president wins the presidency unless they carry Ohio. It's been a long time bellwether state.
Excellent. Excellent.
Well, if I may interject something, ladies and gentlemen.
Said Ohio just certified their vote and Trump won. What? Mike called in and just said Ohio just certified their vote and Trump won. No president has ever won without winning Ohio.
Moody.
Yeah, I think we got some background discussion there, I think, Chris.
Oh, man.
Go ahead.
Good news travels fast, even if you forget to mute your phone. That's good.
Right.
But if I may interject, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask all of you to remember, and not just remember, but teach your children, teach your neighbors.
Yay.
That if you are ever summoned and sworn to sit on a grand jury, and I don't care if it's a state grand jury or a federal grand jury,
do it.
Remember the common law. Remember the prior rights that are protected in our Constitution, not just to the citizens, but to grand juries as well. And that is the right to judge the law.
Yay.
That was in the common law, and it has never been changed. Congress has never enacted a piece of legislation that says a juror cannot judge the law.
Amen.
So our neighbors and our children need to understand the awesome power of that
because
phrase.
the schools certainly won't teach any of that.
Well, to know your schools aren't going to teach it. Certainly not. The colleges won't teach it.
Yeah, because they're all indoctrination centers.
Yes. Yes, our educational system has done an absolutely magnificent job in educating this people to the maximum level of their acceptable ignorance.
That's a good.
One of the true communist organizations in this country.
That last voice, is that Roland in Florida there chiming in?
That was Roland earlier.
Okay.
I think that was Roland that may have forgotten to mute his mic, too. Roland, are you still here? Yeah, that was Roland.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Could you repeat that court case?
Yeah. Somebody versus Williams or something.
Okay, that was me.
U.S. versus Williams or Williams versus U.S.?
Yeah, that was a Williams case, 1993 versus United States. Anthony Scalia wrote the opinion. It's an
1993, okay.
I'd like to take a few moments to point out something here, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of what really good people are entangled in is merely rearranging Roman Empire civil municipal model of government. The 1787/1789 Constitution document established Roman Empire civil municipal model of government, and our true organic constitutional history is from England and the common law tradition, and that is diametrically opposed to the civil municipal model of government, and grand juries are a mechanism of that civil municipal model of government. And the common law tradition, if I might just rant a little bit here, the common law tradition, as Mr. Blackstone has pointed out, is rooted in even more ancient biblical Torah laws of Israel, where it talks about forming smaller, responsibly self-governing communities, Exodus 18, communities of tens and fifties and hundreds and thousands, organized in a hierarchy. And as Mr. Blackstone explains, the local communities in their local with their local juries, trial juries, no necessity of grand juries, the trial juries come to final decisions with the unanimous agreement of the people. The jury at these local levels is, quote, the conscience of that local community. And the hundreds there. Is there somebody trying to say something there?
No.
Okay. The hundreds are what are preserved in our common law precincts, and the townships are where the constables are at the 10 household level, and things like voting. Voting, even in modern dysfunctional America, voting is supposed to take place at the precinct level, which is basically 100 qualified electors, and none of these problems with voting machines or questions would be manifesting if the precincts in the townships were counting the votes in the local communities and then passing the results on up to the higher level. All the vote tallying would be done in the local communities. That is the genius of the common law and the biblical Torah law system, and it's only through dysfunctional influences of the Roman Empire slave trading civil municipal form of government that we've got these problems with vote counting in the first place.
Amen.
Yep.
Can I point out one thing relative to a word you're using there?
Sure. And this is Roland in Florida, right?
No. This is Chris in Las Vegas.
Okay. Yes, Chris, go ahead.
We're told that civil is just civilis. That's the city law of Rome. You're exactly correct. But that municipal, so-called, I think is more accurately a money disciples. And that's what they run. They run an extortion racket, and they use the word reserve, revenue. It's not revenue, it's revenue. They move it from your pocket to their pocket under their extortionate money disciples municipal government.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Black's Law Dictionary defines civil law as more accurately referred to as municipal law, and I do believe, with all due respect, Brother Chris, that that's broader than commercial. Commercial law is generally coming in to our common law traditions through the civil municipal overlay. And that gets back to the Norman Conquest of 1066 that I frequently talk about, which is a bellwether event 150 years before Magna Carta. And there's an article by the Georgetown Law Journal, Judas Shapiro, where in Jewish commercial law is bragged about coming in to the common law tradition at that event, but that was just one component of the larger summary military and confusing nature of civil municipal law that also came in at that very same 1066 AD Norman Conquest event. So we've got problems here that are long-standing, and things like tort complaints and grand juries, and all of these are useful in their own realm to some degree, if we're not looking at completely reverting back to the more purified common law and biblical Torah law model of government. But as Sister Nikki is adequately pointing out, when things get nasty, we've got the right to alter, reform, and abolish what's presently in place, and I dare suggest we need to be looking at the original pure form of common law and the Israelite Torah law form of government, rather than just trying to re-engineer Roman civil municipal slave traders form of government to be a little bit nicer to us slaves, which is a lot of what our conversations unfortunately deteriorate here. We need to be thinking about completely alternative systems wherein everything is down at the grassroots level and it's quick and efficient in the 100 courts at the grassroots level. There's no grand juries to bring an indictment. People can bring their criminal complaints themselves and then go straight to the trial jury. There's no reason whatsoever on God's green earth to go through the additional formality of first taking a complaint to a grand jury, and then the grand jury gives it a rubber stamp, and then, okay, now we can finally get to the trial. Justice delayed is justice denied. We can form the trial juries immediately once we've got the criminal complaint. And I know I'm kind of ranting there, but I love you all. I just wish we could focus the discussion in more fundamental and seriously empowering terms. I yield.
Who does one take that criminal complaint to in order to get the process started?
We formed the jury ourselves. If you saw the invitation, we're posturing as a Supreme Court of Law for the USA, and we're asking people to bring complaints. We're ready to rock and roll here. We've already got 6 jurors signing on to the coronavirus fraud jury verdict that we're working with, and we can do that for other cases too. I yield.
Okay, may I?
Michael.
Yeah, thank you, Michael in Florida. If I may, I would like to point out that even though it might be Roman civil law, what we have morphed into here in these United States.
Speak more here, Mike.
Yeah. However, the baby is still in the bathwater. Let's not forget this. Just yesterday, our Supreme Court struck down Cuomo in New York. He tried to force churches to shut down, and the Supreme Court stopped him. So, there is still a baby in the Supreme Court bathwater. And I do lean toward what Charles is saying, but at the same time, we must recognize justice is being found and adjudicated at the Supreme Court and even at the lower court levels. It might be rare and it might be far in between cases, but the fact is we still have justice available. Now, another example is, I don't know if anyone knows about this doctrine. It's a historic doctrine called the Doctrine of Lesser Magistrate. 15 sheriffs in the state of New York are refusing to enforce Cuomo's law regarding crowd gathering and public meetings. This is huge.
Yes.
And the same happened also with the Second Amendment and is continuing to happen all across the country. Sheriffs are refusing to enforce unconstitutional laws and dictates by governors in states that are hostile to the Second Amendment. This is the doctrine of lesser magistrate. When we have lesser magistrate positions that come against the tyranny. Everybody remember the lady in Kentucky that was a clerk of a county. She refused to marry 2 homosexuals. And it went to court and she lost, but she intervened in that situation and used her power as a lesser magistrate to stop, a tyrannical, unbiblical law. So there are a lot of other options on the table still that we can employ without throwing away the system. I agree, though, with Charles. We do need to start creating local community, I don't know how we should call it, but we need to form committees of safety, committees of correspondence. We need to create committees of people within each county to render consensus, making decisions by evidence.
May I add a comment to that? This is Clyde.
Roland, yes? Is this Roland?
Has anyone heard of the Battle of Athens?
I have been.
Yes.
That occurred in Tennessee in 1946 when a group of war veterans got together and used the Second Amendment essentially to overturn and to destroy a very, very corrupt county administration, and it's a very interesting film. I can send it out. Charles, it'll be in my next email anyway, and then maybe you could send it out to the rest of the group. It's a fascinating story.
Here, here.
Okay, this is Roland, right?
Hello?
No, that was, I
this
think
is
that was Klaus.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Klaus.
This is Roland here. That Battle of Athens, they have changed it on the computer. It doesn't show what it used to show.
Really?
Changed it that it's over a black man being allowed to vote, and that is not what it was.
No, not at all. Not at all. I just watched it yesterday, so maybe, I don't know what happened. I'll have to look it up again. I mean, I got it from somebody else.
Well, you type in Battle of Athens, Tennessee in YouTube, and it will show that it was arguing over a black man voting, and it was really over the sheriff stealing the ballots,
right.
And they actually murdered somebody in the process, shot him.
Yes,
and
that's right.
And remember, they blowed the front of the sheriff's building with dynamite, and they come out with their hands up.
It's a good thing there was an armory there, because that's where they got all the weapons, the rifles and guns.
Yeah.
If I may, if you would, this is Cindy in Florida. If you would please send that to Charles, because I would be very interested to watch that. I yield.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll forward that to you, Cindy, when I get it.
Yeah, I'm looking for it now.
All right. Is there other commentary here? It looks like we're getting close to our 2-hour business meeting closure mark.
If I may,
Michael.
Yeah, just briefly, it just came across the news that the state of Pennsylvania legislature is working toward nullifying their electoral vote in favor of Trump instead of Biden based on the evidence. But at this time, it looks like they do want to postpone certifying the vote. That is progress, and I would urge Lewis to watch the video testimony. Watching a testimony, watching the person's mannerisms, their facial expression, hearing their voice is far more valuable than reading it on a piece of paper. And in that hearing, you can select on the video. I'm sure you know how, Lewis, to fast forward, and you can see the different testimonies, and you can stop it when different testimonies are given, and you can hear what these people have to say and testify about in regard to the election. And I would strongly urge you. We're going to have that up hopefully Monday on the countycongress.com website. I yield.
Just Chris might add a comment relative to the noted alterations, revisionist history of the Battle of Athens. I've noticed some very profound alterations of long-standing black-letter law cases of the Supreme Court going back to the founding of this country, of particular language that those that want to dupe the rest of the world into thinking something was said that wasn't or wasn't said that was. And this is in alignment with the takeover of the Library of Congress by Ghislaine Maxwell's sister and other nefarious characters that would try to alter history to suit their own political adverse to American ideal agendas. And so when we read cases and it has the appearance that they no longer say what they once said, there was a program called PRISM and others of where they can go in and effectively change the history just like they change the election numbers or change the values on the stock market. or make money disappear or vaporize, it is a very dangerous time, and only with prayerful discernment and guidance from above can we sort out the falsities from the truth. And I think that's an important thing to remember. Thank you.
Well, I agree with that. And one addition to that, if you run across a
point of order, please. We excuse me, with all due respect, gentlemen, please identify yourself. You're giving valuable information, and I'm trying to take notes, and I don't know who's giving it. So name and state, please.
Sorry, this is Klaus. This is Klaus in Iowa, and I was just going to mention that those changes, seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, come as a result of computer searches and so forth. So if you run across a case that's extremely important, and I ask the question, would it not be of value to actually go to the law library and look the case up in the original publications? Because perhaps that was not changed. And I'm finished.
If I may, Michael in Florida, the previous speaker who gave out the information regarding the Library of Congress and Ghislaine Maxwell's sister, could you respectfully, I would ask you cite your source. I'm very interested in that information. Thank you.
I'm sorry, this is just Chris near Las Vegas. I don't remember where I specifically gained it, but I was doing quite a bit of diligent reading on the Maxwell and the Maxwell twin sisters, who are not in prison, and we don't know where Ghislaine is, and Jeffrey is not dead either. But I apologize for not being able to cite a source on that one. But there's so much stuff that's being hidden away from the American people. And under the Smith-Mundt Act of 2015, an executive order by Barry Soetoro, they can lie to us and tell us any kind of nonsense and crap that they want to tell us and have it posed as the truth, and there's no responsibility, liability, or culpability for their doing so right now. That needs to be revoked. Thank you very much.
If I may, that's an excellent point you just made, and I have researched the Epstein and Maxwell family extensively. I'm originally from Columbus, Ohio, and used to own a company, and I did a lot of work in contracting for Les Wexner, who is part of a billionaires network called the Mega Group, and I would urge everyone to investigate the Mega Group. And you will find it's a group of over 20 billionaires, Israeli, Zionist, Jewish billionaires. Not that any of those three groups are all bad, but there is growing evidence that those three groups have participated in a long time of nefarious activities, namely the banking system. Jesus even said the root of all evil is the love of money. And you're mentioning the Smith-Mundt Act is right on target. That gives lying to the critical masses total legality, totally. And it's a criminal act, and it should be eliminated immediately. I would recommend, Charles, that we add the Smith-Mundt Act to our list and seek to have it removed. And I yield at that. Also, just briefly, I'm sorry, before I forget, I wanted to hear the participants' views from Pennsylvania, Nikki, on the activities in Pennsylvania right now. If she could provide any additional information, I'm sure we'd all appreciate it. Thank you. I yield.
Oh, I'm sorry that I'm unable to do that right now. I just haven't been keeping up today, and I know that there has been a lot of things happening, and I don't want to give any false information. Okay? I yield. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. We're getting real close to the formal conclusion of our business meeting here. I think it's important. Item number 3. I would like to try to squeeze in item number 3 here, which is Cynthia Moore referenced last week an executive order that we hadn't had opportunity to look at before. Apparently, Mr. Trump had established a President's Advisory 1776 Commission that is supposed to try to reaffirm principles of fundamental principles of America's constitutional system. I did not find that executive order to be of very much value to our common American people, but it is on our agenda from last week as an old business issue that I think it would be good to open up the discussion for anybody that has had opportunity to look at that and follow up on it. Is there anybody that did find any value to that presidential executive order that would like to speak here? I yield.
Just Chris might be able to give you a little bit of enlightenment. There were a couple of different presidential executive orders recently where Trump created a new civilian entity that is tantamountly on par with the other armed forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, but separate and civilian guided. It's a special operations unit. And he also invoked part of Kennedy's presidential memorandums, numbers 55, 6, and 7. 57 specifically making a toothless tiger supposedly out of the CIA because it had far exceeded its boundaries of foundational design. Instead of being an intel group, it's morphed into a regime change around the world aspect of realizing all these departments, agencies, and bureaus are truly private for private profits corporations, part of the headless so-called fourth branch of government, but not within the Constitution, but outside the boundaries of the Constitution under FDR and Colonel Edwin Mandel Hauser's constructs. And so it's very, very diabolical that we're being tyrannically ruled by unaccountable bureaucratic agencies under 5 United States Code 551, except the Administrative Procedures Act. Thank you very much. He also has a Space Force as well as this COINTELPRO civilian operation where he just replaced Mark Esper and this Christopher Krebs that they just got rid of in charge of CISA, the Cyber Intelligence Security Agency, was recently fired by Trump and replaced. And the reason is this Christopher Krebs, I think his name was, or Chris Krebs, he was the former attorney for Bill Gates' Microsoft, their lead attorney, and was sitting on a supposed oversight aspect of the CISA board that's supposed to look after cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. K. Go ahead, Lewis.
If I may add.
Or Michael?
Yeah, if I may add to that, Michael in Florida, that CISA has a board of directors, and on the board were the owners or representatives from the various computer manufacturing companies that count the votes. Dominion, ES&S, and Smartmatic. They had members on the board of that CISA, which is just the height of hypocrisy.
Hear, hear.
The fox guarding the hen house, and ultimate. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. So, are there any? And a lot of issues broadened out there, but to conclude specifically, item number 3 on our agenda here, the previous executive order of the 1776 Commission. Is there any comments or questions regarding that issue that's been on our agenda from old business? I yield. Hearing none, I'm kind of glad I didn't find much value in it, and I thought at the time that it wouldn't be much value. But it was on our agenda, so I wanted to conclude that. And it does look like we're near the top of our formal business meeting hour here, ending point. Does that sound right, Louis?
Yep, you are right on time, Charles.
All right. Well, we can continue. We frequently continue discussion after the closure of our formal business meeting. But is there any final comments as we're closing our business meeting here?
Charles Paul in Pine Log, Georgia.
Yes, Paul.
I'm sorry we didn't have time to get to agenda item 4, and I'm fixing to have to get out of here. But I would like to ask anybody who reads the statutes concerning the word treason that they look at the language, the syntax of the federal treason statute and compare it with their state statute. And the reason I'm saying that is because the federal statute specifically applies to armed invasion forces, and in Georgia, treason is not restricted to armed invading forces. And pay attention to the punctuation also. And thank you, and I'll get out of here.
Thank you, Paul. Is there other comments or questions as we're concluding here? Hearing none. This is the formal closure of our business meeting, and this is the 28th of November, 2020. I am Charles Stewart, the host of this conference call, and I do hope y'all will join with us again next week. If you got to leave here, I thank you for your attendance, and a number of us will continue on with the discussion here in less formal environments. So that formality being concluded, is there anyone else that would like to continue on and with raising any more issues that are of importance to us here?
I have something for you there, Charles. This is Chris. Earlier someone mentioned Judith Shapiro. Well, that's not just anyone. Judith Shapiro was the professor emeritus at Georgetown University in the law school down there. And she has an article that you can find still called How the Jewish Shaitar Replaced the English Common Law. And about the first 30 pages of it is pretty enlightening, and it's very educational. And that's effectively what we've suffered here in America, in a matter of fact. And you can find that for sure on peoplespatriotnetwork.com on the homepage down towards the bottom right, along with experimental jurisprudence and some other very informative documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I believe it was me that mentioned Ms. Shapiro, and that was the document that I was referencing, the same document. That date where the Jewish Shaitar did come in and displace, supplant the previously existing common law tradition, that date was 1066 AD, aka the Norman Conquest, which was should more properly be termed the Roman Conquest. The Pope was really behind the financing of the Norman mercenaries that moved in at that time, and at the same time, the Pharisee Jews, money changers, also came in. That was all part of the big operation from Rome. Rome has been at war against Christian common law since they murdered our Lord and Savior 2,000 years ago, and they took back a big chunk that had been previously free at that event, of that evil event of the Norman conquest, Roman conquest, Jewish Shitar conquest of England in 1066 AD. And if we're going to get back to our real liberties, the perfect law of liberties, we need to be looking at that hierarchy of tens, fifties, hundreds, and thousands, which is the basis of our true common law. So anyway, that's kind of my feelings on those matters. Thank you for pointing that out, Chris. Comments, questions, open floor discussion, I yield.
May I have a comment on the tens, hundreds concept?
Michael, yes.
I would agree. It is in the Bible. What is it? Leviticus 18? Or
Exodus 18.
Exodus, yes. And, even our founders, when they started out, they had townships and they had counties and precincts. However, the time and point that we now find ourselves at this time is one of urgency and great tumult. And I think our priority at this given point in time should be to increase our numbers. And then as numbers grow, we morph in that direction. We find consensus in that direction, which I think will be unanimous, to follow in the footsteps of those before us who were biblical and righteous in their manners and in their ways. But right now, with the few numbers we have, I think our priority should be to increase our numbers and gain support. However, that's not to say we stop what we're doing. By no means. We continue what we're doing, but we also need to incorporate some plan or strategy to increase our numbers. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I'm inclined to believe that organizing the smaller communities of tens and fifties and hundreds, the 100 courts, the precinct level, the 10 household communities at the township level, I'm inclined to believe that will rapidly promote our numbers growing as people comprehend that each of those 10 household communities has their own peace officer, which has original and exclusive jurisdiction outside of the local city police force. The policemen cannot come in, and sheriff's deputies cannot come in once you have your 10 household community. That is 90% of the battle right there. If anybody in the township, the local township, is going to be arrested, it will be by your locally elected town constable. He's the only one with lawful authority to make an arrest within the geographical boundaries of 10% of your presently geographically mapped local precinct. And I think these are really big sale points in terms of marketing. What we're trying to do, when people comprehend that they are exempt from the police power, the Roman Empire, malum prohibitum, social engineering schemes, because their peace officers, their own elected peace officers, who know them personally, are the only ones with lawful authority to arrest them, that is really, really huge. And I think that can be used to rapidly increase our numbers. And so I don't see, and I think you alluded to this, Michael, that there's really no conflict between our different agendas here. I yield. Anyone? Comments, questions?
Yeah, if I may respond to you, Charles, it's Michael. Yeah, I would agree with everything you said, that once we start putting these groups together, that it will attract. There's no doubt about that. But to get to that stage, we've got to have people. We have to have participants. and this is the point I'm making, is that we must come up with a manner of strategy to accomplish that. So, but I agree with everything you said. Amen. I yield.
Thank you. If I might build on that a little bit, I think by focusing on our jury trial verdicts, we'll start producing work product that is of value. Once we get 12 signatures on our coronavirus jury verdict, then we can start putting that in front of a broad audience of people, and that overturns what these mayors and governors are declaring to be emergency situations. We've through our jury.
If I may, point of clarification. Did you say that our jury verdicts would do what to the governors and
mayors?
And the mayors, the de facto. What did you say our jury verdicts would do?
Well, I used the word overturn, but it would disempower. It supersedes. A jury verdict is higher law than the mere proclamation of a governor.
Okay, if I may, disempower, overturn. Those were the two words I wanted to hear you repeat. And I would agree with you, but until we have power of enforcement, we don't have that. We don't have the ability to disempower them or overturn their decisions. We might do it in law. We have law on our side, absolutely.
But that's the first move on the chessboard. The first move on the chessboard is to follow the process that the law mandates, which is due. And then,
if I may, Charles, and I'll let you have the floor. This is my point. Without our numbers growing, our power is weakened and virtually non-existent without numbers. I yield. Thank you.
All right. Well, we need to be competitive on the chessboard, with all due respect here, Michael. And the bigger game is intellectually competitive. And when we have our jury verdict in place without the enforcement, that's a shot across their bow, and they may entrench against us and just say, well, we've got the cops and we're going to enforce the lockdowns and the vaccines anyway, and we don't care what you say. Okay, well, that's step number 2, and they might not do it. Okay, because we've just beat the snot out of them in terms of legal lawful authority. And it's a separate issue about whether or not we're going to be able to beat the snot out of them in terms of enforcement. That's a secondary issue. That's stage 2 of the chess game that we're in a battle with them here. But I dare say chances are probably 2/3, 3/4 that they'll just back off just through the jury verdict that we're putting in front of them, because their lawyers and their judicial officers know how real law works, and we just take it away from them, just that simple. But I'm not discounting your high point that we do need the enforcement.
What do you mean?
Huh?
There is a rather salient point that is worth evaluating and considering relative to your topic there, Charles, and whoever was speaking with you, and that is, constitutionally speaking, any time a matter is ruled on by a jury, there's no reexamination. It's finality. I think is probably part of the premise that we're operating under in having our lawful jury trials, or trial by jury, as the case may be. I think a jury trial is a construct of the bar, but the semantics may have some saliency and relevancy, but the trial by jury, at least of our peers or the local groups of the tens or hundreds, is maybe a well-founded concept going back to biblical scripture.
Sure. I think the artificial term jury, the artificial distinction between jury trial and trial by jury has only been made in civil municipal propaganda realms. I think Lysander Spooner and others have used those terms interchangeably with the true common law trial by jury process. And it's only of concern if you've been subjected to municipal propaganda. But thereunder, the larger issue is the common law trial by jury process takes away all of their color of legitimacy if we've got people that know how to argue based upon the Seventh Amendment here. And that is so crystal clear cut. If people can wrap their minds around how that Seventh Amendment argument locks in a system of higher law, aka the rules of the common law, once we assemble a jury. See, if you look at that wording of the Seventh Amendment, if there's no jury trial in place, then under Article 3 of the Federal Constitution, they've got equity jurisdiction they can come at you with, they've got admiralty jurisdiction they can come at you with, they've got maritime jurisdiction they can come at you with. All of that is Roman Empire, civil, municipal, slave trading codes, where they get to have a black-robed tyrant railroad you without any consideration of your rights. That's what equity, admiralty, maritime, that's what all that gobbledygook is all about. You don't have any rights except under common law due process. That's where we need to go, and we're never going to get it unless we start assembling our juries. That's how the Seventh Amendment clearly words the rules of engagement, the rules of contact here, the force. So please, people, help consider being jurors on our coronavirus verdict and the numerous other cases. It does sound like we're getting more cases to be brought before our court here. We need lots of people signing off on lots of jury verdicts for lots of cases, and then we'll be able to go eyeball to eyeball with these devil worshippers that are destroying our country. So. Thank you all for hearing me rant. I yield.
May I?
Yes, Cynthia? Yeah.
You know, I think one of the problems that we face with jury duty and jurors, even now with the de facto government, they don't want people, like people, whenever they get their jury summons, they're like, oh my gosh. Everybody complains about serving on a jury. One of the things, I just thought of this, one of the things I think that needs to happen is they should get paid, and not the pathetic money that the government wants to offer them. They should get paid by their employer. This is a right. This is a responsibility, and they should not be penalized for being on a jury. Because for us to ever have the grand jury the way that it was designed, I mean, trying to get people to engage in the assembly and the grand jury and everything, I mean, it's we have so many obstacles to overcome, and one of them is a paycheck. I yield.
Yeah. Thank you, Cynthia. And that gets to our economic issues, and that's probably one of the areas where we could start promoting our numbers real quickly. Look at the way Bitcoin has taken off and other alternative currencies like Ethereum. What we're talking about, and that's just from a technological innovation that has manifested in our society. We should be able to create an alternative currency system similar to those, but that has grassroots empowerment from our local townships and our precincts as self-governing communities. Each of our local townships and precincts should be able to have its own bank or credit union and its own treasury based upon the promises to deliver goods and services from our grassroots people. See, right now, our economic system is controlled by Federal Reserve bankers who are using federal treasury instruments of indebtedness that is centralizing the economic system in the hands of the federal government and the Federal Reserve bankers, as opposed to the source of credit. That source of credit is centrally planned with the Federal Reserve bankers and the U.S. Treasury. They are monopolizing the credit debt system of our American people. Our American people right now, are capable of producing multitudes of goods and services. And this entire coronavirus thing is an evil scheme to give color of legitimacy to the economic takeover and foreclosure of everything, all of the property of our American people. There's no real coronavirus here. It's a lie. It's designed to produce economic slavery for our people. And but that same credit debt system that they're still trying to monopolize and centralize control over, even worse than it is right now, that basic credit debt system, as Hartford Van Dyke has frequently explained, is an organic process. And we, the people, have the right to issue our own promises to deliver, our own goods and services. And once others among us start recognizing that each of us are capable of delivering goods and services, then at that point, we've got control of our own alternative economic system, and we no longer need to be dependent upon the devil worshippers that are presently in control of the Federal Reserve banking system and the U.S. Treasury. There's a lot there. I do hope that all of you can see the light at the end of the tunnel if we just keep focused, keep attending these conferences regularly. We're talking about things here that are game changers. We're shaking the foundation. We're making earthquakes happen, okay? And it might not be much more than a little tremor here and there right now, but it's got a whole lot of potential, y'all. So please, hang in here, keep attending the conferences, keep participating. I yield. Comments, questions?
Nope.
Thank you.
You know, Charles, an aspect of what you're speaking of reminds me of what, I had his name here just a minute, Hartford Van Dyke used to extol. Yeah. I figure you're probably aware of Hartford.
Oh, yes.
And, he had a lot of credibility and a lot of enthusiasm and conviction for what he thought was correct. There were aspects of it that I had a little concerns about, but generally it was pretty well righteous. And this being of our own value, so there really is no license to practice law. It's merely a union dues ticket. And the engagement of your ability to defend yourself or your others as a friend of the court or co-assistant of counsel is pretty profound. And the case of Schwer versus the Board of Examiners and Smith Sims v. Aaron, A-H-R-E-N, in particular, tell us, along with Trinzier versus Pagliaro and Haynes v. Kerner and others, tell us that there is no license to practice law required for anybody to protect their own interest and to defend themselves, as were counseled Natalie versus Florida, to remove ourselves from unbenighted ignorance. And with that, I'll leave you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Others have comments, questions here? There's so much good stuff on the table, so many opportunities.
Yeah.
Anybody? Any further comments, questions?
May I?
Yes.
I would like to know from those participating on the call right now, what do you feel is, at this point in time, right now, today, is the most important, pressing, urgent issue that our country is facing? Could we have some participants give their thoughts on that? I yield.
Sure. I'd volunteer. My opinion would be the coronavirus thing. That's just my opinion. I think that the election issue, I do believe the vote fraud issue is probably a competitor there, but because I question Mr. Trump's integrity very seriously, I don't see a whole lot of benefit over arguing whether we got right-wing tyranny or left-wing tyranny here. Anyway, that's my thought on the matter. I yield.
Just Chris would observe that this amorphic, nebulous war that's being perpetrated against the world by these bioterrorists, economic terrorists, and human terrorists that are perpetrating this corona hoax as a part of a larger and grandiose plan called the Great Reset, is a war against humanity to try to put us all under their yoke of bondage of the banker gangster slavery. And I think that's probably the most dangerous concept right now, that if the republic falls, then the whole world falls.
It's freedom versus slavery, period.
Yeah, it's that simple.
Here.
Oh, and by the way...
Oh, sorry. Is anybody... Yeah, go ahead and talk.
I have just a quickie note here. The term American left is an oxymoron.
Is that you, Klaus?
The term American left is an oxymoron.
Oh. And that's you, right, Klaus?
Huh?
That's you?
Yes.
Klaus Becker?
Uh-huh. Yeah, this is Klaus. Right.
Okay. How do you figure left is any less American than right?
You can't be left because that encompasses all of the socialistic, communistic concepts, and be American, because America is exactly the opposite of all that. So you can't have that in the same term.
Well, I dare say that there's things that are right-wing that are traditionally recognized as right-wing. What you're talking about is traditionally recognized left-wing. And I think there is equal problems when you polarize the right wing like that. So I don't know. I don't think I can jump on your proposition there, Klaus.
That's okay. I originated it myself, so you can take it or leave it.
All right.
If I had to try to interpret what Klaus said, and I find a little bit of credence, that if it's anti-American, it can't be a wing of the American. It's a foreign interest and otherworldly view that they're trying to impose on America. And so that's kind of the drift I got on it.
Yeah, that's right. You got it.
All right.
And also, I really kind of, I'll use the old term, I am offended when people use the term democracy.
Hear, hear.
Well, there's a whole long list of words that I got problems with. One of them's anarchy. What do you think about the word anarchy, Klaus?
Anarchy. The definition of anarchy just means no government.
I beg to differ with you. It means no rules.
I beg to differ, if I may. I don't think anarchy means no rules.
No, it means no government. Not
right.
No rules.
It means self-government.
Rules and government are not the same.
Different people get different ideas in their heads about how to define words, and those ideas, I think, are best brought into clear focus by looking at etymology of the root meaning of words. Does that sound right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, demos means decentralization, and ocracy means rule, power, government, and democracy just means decentralization of the word, of the authority to rule, like in our counties and our precincts and our townships. I believe that's what the etymology of the word democracy means.
Well, you don't find the word in the Constitution anywhere, do you?
The Constitution was written by Roman Empire slave traders.
If I may, Dave and the Thumb, democracy is mob rule. It's two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner.
You got the etymology there. It's a real good, solid etymology argument you're advancing here, right, Dave?
Yeah, whatever. All I'm saying is it's 51% voting against 49%, and if 51% say they can kill 49% in a democracy, they can do it lawfully and legally.
But you're not really basing your argument there on etymology, are you, David?
No, I'm not. I'm basing my argument on what democracy means to me, that it's two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner.
We agree on the evils of majority rule. We agree on that, Dave. We agree in substance. We're merely having a little bit of difficulty about semantics.
So what's the semantic?
The semantic of what? You're refusing to look at etymology of the word democracy. Are you, lady?
This is Cindy in Florida. My comment to Michael was going to be communism. I think that's the biggest threat right now. But before I go further on that, in 1828, Webster defined anarchy as want of government, a state of society when there is no law or supreme power, or when the laws are not efficient and individuals do what they please with impurity, political confusion. I think he wraps it up beautifully on that.
Yeah, that sounds like the 1828 Webster Dictionary.
It was.
Yeah, I got it open here too.
But
it's pretty much the same in 1755. Okay.
Okay, but back to communism, I feel like that the COVID virus is, it's part of it. They've been, the Communist Party has been in the United States for way too many years, working underground.
Since Lincoln.
Absolutely. That's how Satan works. He's a snake in the grass, and he's getting ready to raise his ugly head, and America has no idea. I drive around on the highways, and I look at these people with, the cars that they drive and the boats and everything, and it's like, man, these people really have no idea what's coming. We've got this false sense of security in our economy and everything, and communism is on the rise, and America is in danger of her. I yield.
That's why our educational system has failed this country for the last 70 years or whatever. I should say public schools.
If I
may. Go ahead, Dave.
I'd just like to comment on your question, this Dave and the Thumb. I believe that this whole thing, the COVID, and COVID it's an acronym for Certification of Vaccination Identification 1984, or AI, and that this is the part of the plan. The whole election scam is part of the scam-sham-demic plandemic, and I do believe our greatest threat right now is the Democratic Party.
Absolutely, 100%.
And who rules that Democratic Party? Well, I believe if you ask your favorite relatives, Uncle Sam, an anti-Semite, and Uncle Ben, an Antifa, they'll tell you it's not real. It is real, and it's all by design.
Yes.
I yield.
I would agree.
If I may, I would applaud your statement, Dave. That's awesome. But, you know, this is here and now. This is what we're facing right now. And, you know, I listened to some of these calls. Somebody's unmuted.
Somebody's opening a bag of chips or something.
All right. But what we need to realize is that this enemy is here and now. They're at the zenith. They're at the pinnacle of their power.
Yeah.
They're approaching it. And if Biden gets the electoral vote, I would hope that Trump would resist and remain in the White House, but I'm not sure if he would do that. But, you know, we need to, and I believe this is where the existing de facto system can be useful. Justice is still available there, and it's more available the louder we make our noise. You know, squeaky wheel gets the grease, and we definitely need to be contacting our legislatures, especially in the states who are pivotal, the swing states and the controversies in the various states. Nevada is one, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin. Whoever lives in those states, Pennsylvania, you need to be on the phone with your legislators, leaving messages, emailing, snail mailing, and calling every day that you can, and demanding that the vote have a forensic recount audit. You can't just demand a recount because you'll get the same results from the same computers. We must demand a forensic audit.
Right.
Recount. And we need to be making these demands ASAP, Monday morning, 8 a.m., all week long, and do it as much as you can. And you can even call other states that are involved, that are part of the controversy. You don't necessarily have to live in the state that you call, but that does have more merit, of course. But we are in a very pivotal situation, as everyone I'm sure on this call realizes, but it needs to be drilled home, and we need to be sharing this with as many of our fellow citizens and patriots as we can. And I'm aware the word citizen means subject, but you know what, I use it in the proper context. The fellow people of this country, we need to get them motivated. You can get on talk radio and use that platform, of course, all the social media. But I heard Larry Klayman and of Judicial Watch. Larry Klayman, I don't know if everybody knows him or not, but
he's on Freedom Watch now.
Right, that's correct. He surrendered Judicial Watch to his former pal, who's now become his enemy. But Larry Klayman is demanding that Trump declare an emergency order and demand that all these controversies be investigated to the fullest extent of the law, and he can't do anything else. He must resist conceding at any chance possible, because the computers have stolen the vote, and it's not going to be easy to prove. We've got to have a forensic audit. That's the only way we will be able to prove beyond a doubt that the vote was stolen. So, I think we really need to be busy about making noise in this regard. I really do. I can't stress this enough. I yield. Thank you.
If I may, Dave and the Thumb, I do believe the machines, the voting machines prove themselves that they are corrupt. and Laura Presley. Are you familiar with Laura Presley out of Austin, Texas?
Oh yeah.
So she went all the way to the Supreme Court, and she lost, but she won. She won because they didn't charge her court fees, but she's a programmer, by trade, and her battle with the votes that they stole from her, they gave them to. She's in a gospel black precinct in Austin, Texas, and ran for city council, and she won hands down. And they gave it to a 23-year-old gay. I can't remember what his ethnicity was, but he was an atheist, and they wanted this precinct to believe that they all voted for this homo atheist, and who he's not even from that precinct. And she found all the data in those machines that said that how corrupt they were, and she fought it all the way to the Supreme Court, and she still lost, but they didn't charge her. So I mean, it's such this judicial system was probably formed in July, and we all know who this tribe is. So, I think it's going to be a huge battle, and I think it's part of. I really think Trump is going to prevail, and I think it's part of the whole plan of the Democratic Party, because they, look what they're doing to their, I guess, constituents that, that may have voted for Biden and Kabbalah, and they're going to be rioting in the streets when they actually give it back to Trump, the rightful winner of this, election. And with all due respect, Charles, I believe there's only one thing standing between us and abject tyranny, and that is Donald Trump, and his, white hats. And I don't see any other way right now. If Trump does not regain or stay in that White House, either way, it's going to be hell on earth here in America for a long time. But if Biden and Kabbalah take over that White House, I don't think we'll ever come back from that. I really don't. So anyway, I yield. Thank you.
May I? Dave, I just want to let you know, I think you should be on the new Google Dictionary panel. You got some really awesome words going on there. I yield.
Thank you. Is everybody gone?
No, I think there's still 7.
Oh, there's some here.
We can still go to church, still do those things that really in handling some of these things that we've gone through this year. But man, God has been a tremendous.
Yeah. If I might respond to Dave's proposition that all is lost if we don't stop Biden from assuming the White House. And ensure that Mr. Trump stays in the White House. I do agree that Mr. Biden is a worse evil than Mr. Trump, but I don't see Mr. Biden. I don't see Mr. Trump as being nearly the honorable man that a lot of other attendees here seem to think he is.
What do you base that on?
Are you familiar with the work of Roy Potter, a lieutenant colonel that has produced regular videos. Roy Potter QA is his YouTube channel.
No, I don't know him.
Okay, well, he's an ex-military guy, and he was a supporter of Mr. Trump when Mr. Trump first came into office, but he has seen that Mr. Trump is selling us out. That's the words that he used. He refers to Mr. Trump as the Antichrist. Okay? And it plugs into the whole QAnon movement. You know, a faceless movement, secretive behind-the-scenes things going on for people that are inside the groove that got secret information, and then we're left with the mess that is obviously manifesting right now. They've been talking about how wonderful Mr. Trump, trust the plan type of stuff, and now this is the mess we've got because the QAnon people have been trusting the plan instead of doing their own critical thinking. Mr. Potter is really up to speed on a lot of these things, and his right-wing Christian credentials are impeccable, and I wish the rest of you would broaden out your right-wing perspectives to be more inclusive and less narrow-minded in how you're calculating all of this spiritual war zone is unfolding, brothers and sisters. I yield.
This is Nikki in Pennsylvania. Yeah, and how I see this is that the right things are not being addressed because all law is contractual, going back to the Garden of Eden. One stipulation, we'll go back to that again, and it wasn't about sex, it was about the one stipulation, don't eat of that tree. Yeshua was brought up to the mountain, said, y'all, this is yours. Satan told him, all you have to do is bow down and worship me. And he didn't do it. So he kept the contract. He kept the covenant that was given to many of our ancestors when they stood at the bottom of that mountain and said, we will obey. Okay, so this is where I'm going with it, because when you go back to contemporaneous exposition of the words that were used in 1787, preamble to that con, it said, we the people of the united nobility. States had one definition at that time, and even in Webster's 1828 dictionary, you can look it up right now if you've got it at hand. Look at the word states, 1828. One definition, nobility. We, the people of the united nobility, in order to make a more perfect union for ourselves and our posterity. If you look at the word esquire, 1828, 1755, 1785, you will see contemporaneous exposition is that their posterity were esquires. Okay? The 10 amendments were put into that con in 1791. That's why, you know, I really, encourage you to go back and read the what do you call it, Trial by Jury by Lysander Spooner in 1853 when he wrote that, because he was not that far removed to what we are dealing with today. As far as the legislators, they make the rules upon which the courts must act. So it is all based on fraud from the get-go. They're serving another entity, not the people, and also using the pica of that day, of we the people. You'll see there's no comma after we. However, in Massachusetts, in Virginia, and in, what was the other, Connecticut, newspaper articles in 1787, had a comma after we, because the people is mentioned in just about every state constitution that I've looked at, in fact all of them, the people, and I quote, the people are mentioned that they can alter, reform, and abolish their government as they see fit, and that's all based on the 1776 Declaration of Independence, where rarely do you hear the first paragraph read. When in the course of human events, and I'll go on again, it becomes necessary for one people to, number one, dissolve the political bands which connected them with another, and number two, to assume amongst the powers of the earth a separate and equal station to which they're entitled, the laws of nature and nature's God, of course, entitle them, and number three, have a decent respect for the opinions of mankind, declare the causes which impel them to the separation. And as you know, in 1913, the Federal Reserve Act was passed. So this is breach of contract when the 16th and the 17th Amendment were put in there. Breach of the contract that we assumed was valid, but we had no full disclosure of what those words meant at the time of the penning. So there you go, breach of contract, fraud from the get-go, because the 16th Amendment, what that did was that breached Article 1, Section 9 and put a direct tax on people. And the 17th Amendment breached Article 1, Section 3 of that Constitution, that con, and because two senators were to be selected from the state Senate that was already elected directly by the people, who had the power and authority in their state to alter, reform, or abolish, depending on how the wording is in that particular state. And then what that did with the breach of Article 1, Section 3 and the insertion of the 17th Amendment, what that did essentially was nullified the 10th Amendment. So therefore, if the 10th Amendment is gone, so is 1 through 9. And the 9th, from what I understand, that's still good to use right now. However, it went ahead and made, the rest of the amendments, the first 10 amendments, of, no effect. Because when the 13th Amendment came in, and the second 13th Amendment, of course, that there shall be no involuntary servitude. So what is Congress enforcing when it enforces, that particular amendment, the 13th Amendment? There shall be no involuntary servitude, except as duly convicted of a crime within the united nobility or any place subject to their jurisdiction. So if they're not enforcing involuntary servitude, what kind of servitude are they enforcing? And you guys mentioned it here, but that's what it goes back to. This is all based on fraud from the get-go, breach of contract, go after the things that really mean something to them in their own law books. And I yield.
Okay, if I may ask you.
Nikki, you're outlining a lot of problem there. What is your proposed solution for all of this? Get together a grand jury to investigate. Trust but verify. I said these things. Go ahead and look for them yourself. Not yourself necessarily, but get 25 people. I'm sorry? You're not talking about the solution, though.
Well, the solution is, the power of a jury, The thing is that since silver was taken out of the coin and Article 1, Section 10 was breached, we are their creditors.
You're talking about the problem again. You're not talking about the solution.
Well, the solution is, hey, when a corporation needs to be dissolved, all right? The fact is, you dissolve the corporation, and involuntary dissolution, is that what it's called, or something like that? But dissolving the corporation and then winding it up because of waste and abuse. So that's the solution. In my opinion.
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, could I just have a brief dialogue with you with brief answers, and let's just kind of make this real condensed and concise. If I may ask you to abbreviate your main point, and I think I know it, and that is we were corrupted from the very beginning. Is that what you're trying to say?
There was no full disclosure. There was no full disclosure in the contract that our ancestors came here and they bargained their full faith and credit for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We do not have that now. And there are points in history since the 1800s that can be pointed to and that directly lead to breach of contract.
Yeah, so I think the 13th Amendment, the original 13th Amendment, is proof positive to the deep entrenched corruption that existed at that time around 1798 when it was proposed, and then it was removed between the Civil War and the War of 1812. I think the last state to show it on their books was 1870, 71, right around there. But would you agree that the 13th Amendment being removed was proof positive to the pre-existing entrenched corruption, legal corruption?
Well, it's all in the wording of the preamble that they knew what they were doing from the get-go. And that's why the 10 amendments were added to it, because there were people who recognized that at the time. And you can go back to Pons and
excuse me.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah. All I'm saying is they removed the original 13th Amendment because that was the death blow to their legal system, their corrupt judicial system. That was to remove the esquires. You use the word yourself.
However, in their con, Article 1, Section 9 says that, of course, there shall be, no titles of nobility, okay? And then it says, without the consent of Congress. In Article 1, Section 10, which has been totally breached, okay, it said in there that there shall be no titles of nobility, period. Okay, there was no without the consent of Congress. But with this consent of Congress and the reconstruction of political bands, it was the Whigs and the Tories back in the 1700s. In Yeshua's day, it was the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and today it's the Democrats and Republicans. It is the same thing going over and over and over again. We have not learned the lesson.
If I may, I asked you a very simple question, yes or no. And you went on and on and on and on. And
well, ask me again, because maybe I didn't understand it as you were meaning it, and if I don't understand it, I'll let you know, okay?
Yeah. I asked you if the original 13th Amendment being removed fraudulently between the War of 1812 and the Civil War, if that was proof positive that corruption existed, entrenched corruption existed prior to the Constitution being drafted? Yes or no?
And my answer is yes, and that was put in 1853. No, I want to give people evidence to which they could look for without taking your word for it or mine. They can go back to an essay on trial by jury and read what it says in there when they look into the word legislators, and they will see that it has been that way since the beginning. The legislators make the laws upon which the courts must act. The courts are nothing but a protection racket for them, the political parties.
If the people would take seriously their government and be active participants, we could use the existing system to take our government back.
Right, because under our state constitutions.
Because the original First Amendment, do you know what the original First Amendment was?
You heard it from Hercules. Thank you, Kevin, so much.
And it's still not ratified.
Really appreciate it.
And it could be.
That does it for us here at the Bay Report.
What does it read?
It is the doctrine that our representation needs to be 40,000 per representative.
Point of order. Can we get that television muted in the background, please?
Thank you. The original First Amendment was drafted to give us proper representation, 40,000 people per rep. If that were to be honored today, our Congress would have 6,000 members plus, which would give us a greater voice. We have huge amounts of power, centralized power in the hands of only 435 people plus 100 senators. Do you see what would happen if we had 6,000 representatives, each one representing only 40,000 people and not almost a million?
We'd have very little government.
Yeah, and another thing too is that Mike.
Hold a second. What did that gentleman say? I missed his comment.
We would have very little government.
We would have. Okay, you said we would have very little government.
If we had 6,000 representatives in Congress, no.
Another way to do it.
I don't know what you mean. We would have very little government.
Another way to do it, Mike and Klaus, another way to do it is to just, go back through the style we came out of, and that is back under the Articles of Confederation.
Yeah,
and start all over again.
Yeah, I would like him to clarify his point. Please, Klaus.
Oh, I understand. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can't get 6,000 people all together to vote on the same damn thing. It would take a hell of a long time.
I would
get a hell of a big building.
No.
Yeah, put them out in a stadium somewhere.
No, we need to keep the congressmen in their district. They don't need to be centralized in the district of criminals.
Right.
That's the point. They can vote. They
Agreed.
could have voted by telephone 40 years ago.
If I may, Mike, I thought the numbers was 30,000. The representative for each representative. That would be we would need 10,000 representatives.
Yeah, you make an interesting point, Dave. It was George Washington during the Constitutional Congress in 1787, that summer. It was Washington that made his only comment. The only time he spoke up was in regard to this apportionment argument. I believe it was he that said 40,000. He preferred 40,000, and I don't remember the 30,000, but I do remember Washington, requesting 40,000 per representative. But anyways, to make the point, we have lost control over our government because of centralization. We have a huge amount of power in few hands. And this is what's happening. It's happened in the banking system over 100 years ago. It was happening at the time of Andrew Jackson. And the same is happening today with technology. We've got 5 or 6 companies that rule over technology. And they are ruling our voice and who can be heard and who can't be heard. Yeah. I mean, they're shadow banning, YouTube channels so that your algorithms don't get hit, don't get seen, don't manifest. They have control knobs. They can shut you down where nobody even sees your postings.
And if I may, Mike, to bolster what you're saying, it's just the right that's being censored. The leftists, they can say whatever the hell they want. My friend comments on Facebook all the time. He's in Facebook prison for, a week, 2 weeks, 30 days, and then the day he gets out, he makes a comment. He just says a word, Beijing Biden. He's showing a picture of Biden shaking hands with Xi Jinping. So he comments, Beijing Biden. Oh, he's in Facebook prison for 30 days because of that. These guys are fascist, leftists. That they want to destroy this. COVID thing is all about destroying mom and pop businesses because they're the mask Nazis, making everybody wear a mask when because they'll get a fine or get shut down or whatever. But Walmart doesn't have to force people to wear masks now. They don't care who wears a mask. Just their employees are being forced now. So
the 13th Amendment, right?
Yeah. Exactly. And you make a good point about all that. I appreciate that, all that info you gave out, but I think a solution is so we add a comma or two and we we have a lowercase state, so we do a do-over. When we take back our we the people, it will be we, the people, and the states won't be royalty. They will be nation states. Sovereign nation states, like we think they were intended to be. Not because some royals got together and wanted to start their own little kingdoms. I yield.
Yeah, that's right. Not only that, Dave, we need to create our own courts, like Charles is preparing to do, and we need to create our own Congress, such as a county Congress with districts determined by county. And then you can even have sub-districts determined by township and precinct. In other words, we need to organize our grassroots and put it on steroids. Localism is where our power lies, but we need.
Well, let's not put it on steroids because those are toxic. Let's just put it on some really good nutrition.
Yeah, there you go. Figure of speech, but yeah, point well taken. We can form our own legal courts. They might not have teeth initially. They might not have the power of enforcement, but they'll have the power of unanimous consent of truth by we the people. And we can do the same with our own Congress. We can parallel the existing Congress with our own county Congress, where we organize county by county, and we have, we first start out like the Continental Congress, but it's not a continent we're dealing with now. We're dealing with counties and states. The government's already been created. At that time of the Continental Congress, it was under construction. So now what we can create is a county Congress, a Congress of people relevant to their county jurisdiction. And we can organize our voice and make it heard. And I think getting our own local courts created in the fashion that Charles is proposing, and the system of a county Congress, which is simply a structured grassroots mechanism of representation. And next week, I'll be going before a legislative delegation here in the state of Florida, county by county. I'll be visiting about 5 adjacent counties and giving them presentations on a couple issues at hand within our country regarding the election, the crime of 9/11, and also the concept of localism and representation county by county. And I think the time has come for this to happen, and I think the people are crying out to be heard. And they hijacked our government in I think it was 1911 when they reapportioned, they capped the apportionment formula for representatives at 435. And so as the population grew, the number of representatives remained the same. So what did that mean? It meant that our voice just got more silent. The voice of the powerful and the rich got louder because they are the ones who put these prostitute politicians in office. But we can return this, we can reverse this by getting organized county by county. So, I yield.
I think that's what Anna von Reitz is trying to do. Anybody really looked at her material?
So are you going to trust a woman who proudly defends the Pope and the Vatican?
And the UN?
I don't think that's the right question. I think you ought to look at the material first.
Yeah, 90% truth and 10%. That woman is an agent, sir.
Oh, really?
Okay. Oh, yeah. You know what? The Colorado...
What's your basis for that?
If I may, the Colorado 9 was guided by Anna. And if you read her book, she tells you she was a counsel to the Vatican and a counsel to the World Bank. I've heard her... No, she is. I know people that are in prison because of her, and she's broken up almost every group that I've been involved with. she splits these groups up. That woman is an agent, and be very, very careful. I yield.
If I may ask the gentleman that asked the question about Anna, what is your name and state, sir? I'm sorry, I forget.
This is Klaus in Iowa.
Okay, Klaus. Yeah. Are you not aware of the Vatican and the Pope and the threat that they've posed over the centuries?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, why would you want to follow somebody that...
I didn't say to follow her. I asked if anyone had read her material and whether, basically, you have discounted it or whether you think there's any good stuff to it.
No, I thought you were defending her, and you said
no,
that
I wasn't defending her, and I wasn't promoting her.
Okay, but after I informed you that she defended the Pope and the Vatican, you continued to defend her materials.
I'm not defending her one way or the other. I'm saying, has anybody read that stuff and can offer, some good rebuttals? You haven't done that. There is no rebuttal on that because there's no factual material.
Sir, I don't need to examine her materials. If she openly defends the Pope and the Vatican, nobody should pay attention to her whatsoever.
Okay.
Like Dave said, she's got 99% truth, 1% arsenic. It'll still kill you. That's the way the enemy works. Incrementalism. Here a little, there a little. Just like God. Just like Jesus. He said line upon line. Here a little, there a little. The enemy uses the very words of Satan and turns it around on us and uses it against us. So anybody
all I'm saying is using your own logic in this entire conference call tonight, back the statements up with facts.
I just did. She defends the Pope and the Vatican. Do you not know that the Pope and the Vatican are Antichrist?
Yes, I know that.
Okay, they're the enemies of freedom. Why would you want to give any attention to anyone that has anything to do with that?
Michael?
What is your proof that she's supporting that?
No, let him answer, please. What did you say?
I'm asking, what is your proof that she supports that? I haven't seen that myself.
Her own words, and I knew her longtime friend, Arnie Rosner, who died recently, and I had lengthy conversations, and she has said it herself openly, and Arnie Rosner openly admitted it to me personally on numerous occasions. It was no secret. This is not a secret about Anna von Reitz.
Okay.
Yeah.
Close, if I may.
With all due respect.
Just read her biography. Her autobiography. Read her book.
Yeah, I've got two of her books.
Anyway, the lady had a question.
Yeah, if I may, I just want to add, I can understand where you both are coming from, because there's that old saying that with every lie there's a grain of truth. And we don't know the grain of truth unless we listen to the lie and then find it and be able to share it with others. And I yield.
And if I may, I can't remember which one of our mortal enemies said it, but if you tell a big enough lie long enough, it'll become the truth. I yield.
Oh, that was Hitler's man. What's his name?
Goebbels.
Yeah,
Goebbels.
Joseph Goebbels.
Goebbels.
Yes. But so there has to be wisdom involved in which way you're looking when you are going through this stuff.
Now, on the other hand, if you tell a truth hard enough and strong enough, maybe that will become accepted as well.
That's the mission, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what we all know to be the truth.
But unless we know where the lies are and what other people are saying, it's really difficult to get the truth across in a way that is checkable and verifiable. Trust but verify.
Yeah, the problem is cognitive dissonance.
Well, most often the truth is self-evident. That's why the founders wrote it as such. I don't believe all the founders were corrupt, but I believe the prevailing control of the operation was was out of the city of London at the time, and they were being manipulated with money, the power of money. And it's just like today, nothing different from today. There's nothing new under the sun. Just different names, dates, and times. But
yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
If I might, yeah.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
I'd like to point out that the referencing London there, I do believe that is important in that at that time we were allegedly breaking away from England, aka London, but we were breaking away from the King of England. There were other forces in London, aka high-level masonry, okay, that were factionalizing off, and they wanted to create their own little Roman Empire form of government in contradistinction with the British Empire. And so it was two different factions of Roman Empire model of government that were fighting between themselves, one under the king, loyal to the Church of England, and the other that was high-level masonry, that was, I dare suggest, the sock puppet of the Rome, the Vatican, okay? And the Masons in the Vatican basically won the revolution. And to start out with, they said a whole lot of really great things, and that's why they had to commit to the Articles of Confederation that were really, really good, solid, common law rooted model of government. But 13 years later, 1776, 1789, okay, 13 years, 13 is a satanic number. 13 years later, we went from Articles of Confederation to the Roman Empire slave traders model of government that came in, and that Nikki is so correctly pointing out that there's so many goofy, subversive, tricky wordings in it. So yeah, I wanted to make those points. I yield.
And the proof that they were corrupt then is in the fact that the 13th Amendment could be removed and be removed without resistance over a long period of time from the War of 1812. I think the 13th original amendment was first proposed in 1791, and it failed. It was re-proposed in 1798, and it gained momentum, and in 1819, I think Virginia was the last state to ratify it, and it was removed. It was slowly, methodically removed in between the War of 1812 and the Civil War. And that period of time was a great time of confusion, great tumult, chaos, and that's how they were able to do it. And it exists to this very day, the cover-up. If it weren't for the help of two great men, David, I forget their two names, but one was a police officer, and they were in a library doing some investigating work up in New Hampshire, I believe, and they came across a constitution that had the original 13th Amendment in it. And I started on this pursuit clear back in the early, I think it was early to middle 90s. And I couldn't believe what I found. Even the state of Ohio, where I was living, where I grew up, had this amendment as an official, recognized amendment to the Constitution, forbidding esquires from holding office and being a citizen and being a principal in a corporation. There were three things they couldn't do, and it was in my Ohio law book history. And I even found history books from school curriculums in the middle 1800s that recognized that 13th Amendment as the official amendment, 13th Amendment to the Constitution. And it was printed and authorized by the state of Ohio. And there were about 26 other states that did the same thing. And yet, to this very day, you cannot get this fact recognized. And this is just proof positive of the deep-rooted systemic corruption that exists to this very day, that existed at the founding as well.
Agreed.
I yield. That's why about a year ago, I drafted a document, and you can read it. I got a website you can go to, declarationofemergency.com. And you can read a lengthy 5-page dissertation as to why we should declare a national declaration of emergency by we the people against the tyranny in office. We need to throw off the tyranny. We first need to recognize it to be tyranny. We need to recognize what happened. Any good crime investigator will tell you the first step you take is you examine the scene and find out what happened.
Yep.
You need to define and dissect what happened. And then you go about determining, the perpetrators, the motive, et cetera, et cetera. And then the remedy being, the finality.
Declarationofemergency.com, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
You bet. That's on a website I created called UnitedCountiesOfAmerica.com. And it's a full spectrum strategy that I believe is modeled close to the founders. And even though they were corrupt to a large degree, their concept of strategy was brilliant, especially the organizing initially in the committees of safety, committees of correspondence, county by county, township by township. Organizing our grassroots is where our strength lies. And when you meet with people face to face on a frequent basis, you get to know who the traitors are real quick. You can't fool the people all the time when you're facing them in front of you and hear their voice and you read their body language. It's pretty simple to understand who's genuine and who's not. And that's why we need localism. We need to be building local communities in our precincts, in our townships, and in our counties. I yield.
You're sounding good, Michael.
And if I may, Hartford Van Dyke has Dave and the Thumb here has a book called Creating Currencies for Local Communities. I yield. And that Arnie Reisner has all Hartford stuff on his website. What the heck's it called?
ScannedRetina.com.
That's it. Thank you.
And constitutionalgov.us also has all of Hartford's stuff on it.
And 4-CD Charlie Delta.com has it as well. I yield.
Does anybody know what Arnie died from or how he died? Or?
It was news to me when you reported that. I did not know he died. I'll have to check with Hartford. I wonder if he knows.
I was told that a while back, at least maybe 2 months ago. I assumed it was true. I had no reason to disbelieve it. I've tried to call the number I had for him, and it doesn't go.
Right.
I'll check in with Hartford to see if he knows.
Sounds good, Dave.
If I may, I go back to the 13th Amendment. In a textbook that I have seen, in that the 13th Amendment, Second 13th Amendment, was, it says in this textbook on page 40, and I have it actually posted online at the Ultimate Weapons amendment.blogspot.com, and you can just call up 13th Amendment and you will come across it. But it was approved on February 1st, 1863. This is the second 13th Amendment. However, in the footnote, it says the first 10 amendments were proposed on the 25th September 1789 and ratified by the constitutional number of states on the 15th December 1791, the 11th on January 1798, the 12th on the 25th September 1804, and the 13th on the dash, and then comma, 18-6-. So, in other words, this is like, how many years after? 1863, and the book was published in 1868, and usually 5 years was, pretty much that the whatever was supposed to be in there should have been known prior to the publishing of this book in 1868. If it was 1863 that it was approved. Approved does not mean ratified, right? And so the 13th Amendment may have never been adequately ratified. Just putting it out there.
It wasn't. That's why it's still on the table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the other one, the other 13th Amendment, of course, is on another pages of books that I have in here. And what does it say there? It doesn't have any kind of a footnote on it for that one. However, it did say in this that it was in 1787, did it say? What does it say here? No, ratified by convention. Oh, the 11th, 12th, and the 13th. It doesn't say for either one of them when they were ratified.
Where are you reading this from?
This is from a textbook that was in the attic of my home.
Yeah, it's not a reliable source, that's for sure. Are you saying are you giving credit to what they proclaim, or?
I have the book published, not published, but put onto the Blogspot. You can go there and you can do your own research if you choose.
Okay, why do you believe that all these states recognized it as ratified, an official law?
Hey, I wasn't here when it was done. I just know that, when I started to realize the fraud, just kind of looking into these things, I see how deep the fraud is. I'm just bringing it to your attention. Do with it what you will, but the evidence is there that it's been fraud since the get-go, and it continued fraudulent ever since. And legislators just go along to, because of money, power, and prestige are what drives these guys.
If I may, we're dealing with known liars, and we've been lied to about everything since day one.
Right, and it's one of those things. They get into office, and it was really interesting. On Tuesday, did you notice that I guess the Democratic Party had picked the handlers for Biden? Did you notice all those people had came forward as going to be in his cabinet, that they were all in the Obama administration or the Clinton administration?
Yeah, it's a third Obama administration, and Biden said, it's not a third Obama administration, the world is so much different today.
But that's his handlers. That's his handlers. I mean, it was pretty evident to anybody who's been following this stuff,
Absolutely.
Yeah, because all he does is mouth the words. He doesn't, really think for himself or anything like that.
Oh, no, he's never spoken for himself. Look at all those speeches he's made, and he's plagiarized. Every one of them's been a plagiarization of somebody else's speech.
Yeah.
He's a piece of work. He's a 47-year career criminal. I yield.
And in my walk in life, okay, is that my ancestors settled in the same county that he claims he's from, Scranton. It's the county seat for the county that I'm in. And that my ancestors came to this country for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they left historical remnants. They were into education and stuff like that. And so, you know, what I'm saying, you know, comes right out of the family attic. Anyway, with that, I yield. I better not say too much. You're still recording, right? Sorry.
If I may, I think the original language I've been told is life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness. I yield.
And we are
I just went to YouTube.
And, you know, the fruits of our labor, go back to Bouvier's Law Dictionary and look up the definition of fruit, and you'll see that fruit is real estate. So we are the real estate that they're dealing with because we come from dirt and we're going back to dirt, right? And here in Pennsylvania, you know, real estate is interest in land, whether corporeal or incorporeal, whether in this commonwealth or out of this commonwealth. It's right there in the legal definition for real estate. We are real estate. These legislators are nothing but real estate brokers since the silver was taken out of the coin. You know, we are the creditors. And if you go back to the 1930s and 40s, or 30s anyway, and look, I think it was 1934, they gift us with the Federal Reserve note for our labor. So, you know, we're paying a gift tax to the IRS. That's right there in, you know, IRS legislation. Just incredible when, you know, just because of my walk in life, I just happen to come across these things, and I want to know why. My mother used to say, how are they doing this? And I would say, who are they? So, anyway. Okay, enough is enough. I'll go ahead and mute out.
May I? This is Cindy in Florida. We have to be very careful how we choose our words. We are nothing but real estate. I am not real estate. I am a child of God. We proclaim things, and then we wonder how they come to manifest themselves. True patriots need to start choosing their words because they have power. The Bible says that they can kill or they can heal. I suggest we start speaking healing words over our nation and ourselves and stop giving the government power through our own flipping words. I yield.
Thank you, Cynthia. I was going to point out that I think Nikki is choosing her words poorly when she says that we are real estate. Name of God, Nikki. What are you trying to say there?
Microphone unmuted. There you go. Okay. What I'm trying to say is that the earth and all that is in it belongs to who? Who is the creator? Whose world is it? The earth and everything in it belongs to him, Yahweh, Elohim. Correct?
Yeah, but that don't mean we're real estate. Can you get to the point?
Well, real estate, by their definition. Well,
so you're using the devil's vocabulary to proclaim that we're real estate. Is that correct?
No. Now, hang on a minute, okay? Fruit of the poisonous tree, okay, is right there in Cornell education law. A doctrine that extends exclusionary rule to make evidence inadmissible in a court if it was derived from evidence that was illegally obtained, as the metaphor suggests. If the evidential tree is tainted, so is its fruit. The doctrine was established in 1920 by the Decisions for, and it mentions it. But where I'm going with this is that fruit is property, or fruit property. The produce of tree, we are the fruit of the vine, right? We are, by their fruits we shall know them. The produce of tree or plant, and this is from Bouvier's, the produce of tree or plant containing the seed, and we are of the seed line of Abraham through which all nations shall be blessed, or used, so it's in our DNA, say, okay? or used for food. Fruit is considered real estate. It says right there in Bouvier's. Fruit is
wait, right there.
Real estate. Let me finish. Let me finish the sentence. Fruit is considered real estate before it is separated from the plant or tree on which it grows. So when we get a birth certificate or a Social Security card, we're separating it. After a separation, it goes on to say it acquires the character of personally and may be the subject of larceny. It then has all the qualities of personal property.
You need to stop now. I rebuke your words in the name of Jesus Christ.
Well,
if I may,
do. Rebuke the word.
If I may.
I didn't write them. I'm just reading them. Go ahead.
If I may, Pam in Michigan.
Sure. Go ahead, Pam.
Hi, everybody. I kind of came in late. I'm usually late.
Yeah, you did.
So, I don't like to start off with the... Anyways, so I kind of met some people, and, you know, when I got the paperwork, I was just kind of like, okay. It just seemed kind of odd to me, but, you know, it just felt like the right thing at the time. I felt like I was actually kind of stoned, okay? And so then I'm reading this paper, and it says pandemic, a second...
Wait, Pam. We were into the middle of a really important discussion that a number of us were emotional about, and we were trying to settle an important issue, and it's improper for you to just come in here and change subjects like that.
Okay.
Cindy in Florida, would you like to...
I'm sorry. In fact, I just texted Mike that I apologize for raising my voice, but there was an evil spirit.
Well, I thought you were entirely appropriate, Cynthia. I think that wherever Nikki's getting her quote from Bouvier is generally a pretty good source, but that particular quote was just absolutely certifiably insane. And I thank you for drawing that out, Cynthia. And I would like to try to get some coherent, logical, reasonable resolution to whatever's going on. Is Nikki misquoting Mr. Bouvier, or is Bouvier also sometimes certifiably insane? What the heck is going on here? Please, somebody enlighten me.
Yeah, hey, I'm just reading out of Bouvier's.
Wait. What edition? Do you have a photocopy that you can convert to a PDF so that we can, or is it available in a reputable source online so we can see for our own eyes that Mr. Bouvier is the source of this insanity and not just some mistranslation by yourself?
Sure. Let me go ahead and I'll go to Constitution online. Usually they Bouvier's. As 1856, not unless somebody else has it open already. And if you do, that's fine. Go ahead and show it. Okay, and
okay, wait. You are aware that Satan has been speaking since the very beginning.
He may devour. Yeah.
And he quoted the Bible and saying he quoted God's word and saying. He didn't really say you would die. So you are aware that Satan has been trying to trip us up and believe false prophecy, false teachings of Jesus Christ since the beginning. Okay, I just want to make sure that we are aware of that. And I will not own any words other than God over me. I yield.
Okay, I'm on the F in Bouvier's, and I am trying to find fruit here on Constitution.org. I thought I'd be able to just go ahead and search it here. And
while you're looking for that, let me just clarify also that we are reading from a translation of the true Word of God. Okay, he did not write his words in English. The Word of God was originally written in Arabic and Greek, and so Mr. Bouvier, whoever, whatever, anyone wants to talk about the fruit, he was talking about us as a branch off of the vine, referring to himself.
Absolutely.
And this fruit that you're talking about is not off the vine of God and Jesus Christ our Savior. So,
right, but when it falls from the tree or when it leaves the tree, this is what I'm saying. To get the link is how we're not linked, but the connection of how they are usurping what it is that we know to be true. I agree with you.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to Constitution Society? Okay, I was going to ask if I could share my screen, Charles.
I will never fall off the vine. So when the fruit falls from the vine, yeah, they can have it as property. That's never happening to this girl.
Yeah, you got it. Oh, okay. Well, this is the way we get duped.
Well, if we allow ourselves to focus poorly, I don't know why we're focusing on fruit here that articulates that somehow we the people are real estate.
Yeah. Hey, Charles, you see down at the bottom there's a little X on the lower left-hand side, and it's got like a blank thing coming up there, and you may be able to just go ahead and type fruit in type here to search.
Okay.
F-R-U-I-T. Yep, you know how to spell it. I have to spell it for you. But I think that you might have to take that X down at the right-hand side at the bottom of the screen itself. Yeah, there you go. See if it will work. Have you gotten there yet? Doesn't look like it's. Your fruit went away from and type here to search. It looks like.
Right. I think I can scroll to fruit here.
Yeah, I had to do that too. Okay.
Well, it's simpler.
You're almost there. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I read it, Charles. It was just a couple of days ago that I came across that, and I thought, there it is. You missed it. Or it was there. Yeah, there it is. See that? Fruit, property. The produce of a tree or plant.
Fruit can be a form of property, especially in legal terms.
Keep reading.
Produce of tree or plant containing the seed or used for food. Fruit is considered real estate before it is separated from the plant or tree on which it grows.
If I may.
After it is separated, okay. Separation. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Ma'am? Cindy, somebody?
If I may, Pam in Michigan?
Oh, Pam, yeah.
Hi, Charles. I don't mean to be disrespectful in any means, but so I did get some paperwork, and it says it's by Anna Von Reitz, and it talks about the pandemic, a second Passover, and the Pied Piper. So, when I got this stuff, I was just kind of like I said earlier, just kind of like in a daze. And so, I had some paperwork done, and, it talks about all this, all this stuff. I didn't even read it. I just kind of shoved it away, and they said, put it away. So I did. So, anyways, the paperwork has it's certified copy of record that was turned into, the County Register of Deeds. That has to do with real estate, right? Deeds. And so then it's a reconveyance of deed property. And so it's land record only notice, acknowledgement, acceptance, and deed of reconveyance, assumed name, expatriation, 1, 2, 3 of those, cancellation of power of attorney, FSIA, Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act mandatory notice, and paramount claim of life and estate. So, I really didn't know, I didn't have full disclosure. I guess that's pretty much what it was. I didn't have full disclosure. It took place all in one day. I will have to admit that I didn't even know who Anna was. I heard of her, but, you know, anyways, long story short, when you separate a child from its mother, you're cutting that cord. They're separated. They're no longer, you know, connected. They're two different states now. Am I right or wrong in that respect? And when a child is reaching a certain age, they claim that seed from the father. You know, we know how the whole story goes, and then you have a child, and so that child should be able to do certain things at certain ages, and if they're not able or capable, or maybe have been something happen along the lines of their between birth or in school or whatever, we don't know. And how do we prove these things? And if they're not capable of doing those things, why? And do a lot of people get put into prison or institutions or things like that, and they say, oh, well, they got a mental problem. Oh, well, they this or that. I have learned, I have studied, and I have learned some things in regards to a person's mental capabilities, and I'll shorten it up here. And it has nothing to do with some of the things that they say. And so I'm learning more and more every day, and they keep it respected. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. The people told me to send this then after I was done filling this out and got the copies to send it to Mnuchin. You know, I don't even know who these people are, you know. I'm too busy trying to take care of a family than I am to be concerned with all this play acting, I'll say. I yield.
Hey, Charles. When you're done reading the first paragraph, go to the second, especially the first sentence in the second paragraph. And you'll see that it has to do with revenue, all sorts of revenue whatsoever.
Well, this seems to me to be largely a distraction. I think talking about fruit is an intellectually inbred type of focus when we're trying to focus on fundamental human rights here.
Right, and we are the real estate. We are the seed of the real estate of our forefathers. So, you know, looking at fruit as property until it falls from the ground, and, you know, if somebody takes it, they can be subject to larceny. So, I mean, that goes along with the fraud and everything else, you know, in that manner. But also another aspect of this is that, you know, by their fruits you shall know them, of course. That's in Galatians, the book of Galatians. And if you go to, in Boupier's, the same dictionary, if you go to corporations, you'll see that a sole corporation sole, which the City of London was in the Crown, that they can only deal in real estate. So anything that they determine is real estate based on their own definition of real estate and based on the fact that we, you know, from dirt we are and to dirt we shall return, and, you know, dust we shall return, that's in Ecclesiastes and elsewhere, that this is their train of thought, and I think it's valuable to know what their train of thought is, because if we don't know how they're thinking, how do we know what to attack?
Nikki, if I might, I think you're studying the devil's language, and you're allowing your brain to become immersed in the devil's language, and thereby you're abandoning the godly, righteous vocabulary.
You don't think that he knows what the devil is like and how he uses this language? I mean, Yeshua
the devil
recognized
is not
that.
source. The devil is the source of.
But by every word.
When you immerse yourself in the devil's vocabulary, you become confused. And when you start saying things like human beings are real estate, you are certifiably confused, sister.
And real estate, as they're defining it, is corporeal and incorporeal. In other words, what you can touch and feel, and what is who owns the intellectual property of our children when they're paid for with the devil's money?
God owns everything on this earth. What you're talking about, the devil's money, is legal fiction. It's fiction. It's nothing. It's zero.
So you don't think that has to be addressed with the juries? You don't think none of this has got to be addressed with the juries?
Legal fictions don't have to be addressed by juries. Only whether or not a common law crime has been committed is what's addressed by a jury.
So they can continue to do this with us, even though juries don't recognize what's happening according to what Yeshua said and what the Scripture says in the Torah.
Jurors can follow what Scripture.
Please, Charles. I mean, don't,
quit interrupting him, and you'll be able to understand what he's saying.
Sure. Go ahead, Charles. Say it all.
Well, I thought I already made my point, Nikki. You don't seem to be listening.
I'm not understanding why you're saying that about the language coming from Bouvier's Law Dictionary that they're going by, and you're saying that has nothing to do with Scripture. That has nothing to do with Scripture when it talks about fruit, and they're using scriptural language.
When you say they are going by, you're talking about the devil worshippers, right?
I'm talking about the use of the word fruit and real estate.
Who's using it? Devil worshippers or godly righteous people?
You're talking about seed, okay?
No. Nikki, this conversation is going nowhere.
I can tell. Yeah, I can tell. Thank you. I'll go ahead and
read out,
and I'll probably go
okay. Of order, please. Thank you very much. So if we're talking about seeds, would a nanobot be considered one of those seeds? And can we prove those? I mean, are we living in a very, very, very technologically advanced time right now? And if we can prove something like those types of seeds and how they can take over our bodies, I think that that would...
This has got nothing to do with what was being spoken.
Well, it is in regards to natural law and the judges and defendants in the book that we're talking about here, the Bouvier, whatever. And so acquiescence is where a person who knows that he is entitled to impeach a transaction or enforce a right neglects to do so for such a length of time that under the circumstances of the case, the other party may fairly infer that he has waived or abandoned his right. Now, if we're talking about seeds and stuff, and we can't get those seeds of mind control, and I've heard that said many times, and those seeds are seeds from the sky or whatever, okay? They've altered the seeds that we're consuming. And we have a lot of very smart people here, so you already know that part. So if we can find out the truth in regards to those seeds, the nanobots, or whatever that they're doing to control us through education on the TV or through the radio or for whatever, newspaper, I mean, just anything, through the sky, through our whatever. If that can be proved in any one instance, then that right there can be stopped, and I believe that would be our way to, if someone has acquiescence and haven't and abandoned their property unknowingly, I think it would be unknowingly because they couldn't get out all of the nanobots that has been programmed into their mind.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
It is completely ineffective to entertain the words of Satan, which we are obviously doing right now. There is no productivity whatsoever in this type of conversation. I don't care who writes what. The only absolute truth, the only power that we should be entertaining whatsoever is the Word of God. And if you think that the jury, the grand jury, the Supreme Court, if you think that they overpower God, then there's the problem. We are here to find solutions, and we have wasted an hour entertaining the words of Satan. It needs to stop. I yield.
Well, that's bold wording, which I'm inclined to approve.
If I may,
Michael.
Yeah, could we get back briefly to the topic of Arnie Rosner and his website, Scanned Retina? I went to his YouTube channel, and he hasn't produced a video since for 6 years. I'm on his website, and on the front page is actually David Scheid's 2008 Quo Warranto from August 12th of 2019. That was the last posting that was made. Before that posting was August the 12th, a posting by Arnie himself from August 12th, 2019, Who Amongst the People Demand the Truth? So obviously his site, nor his nor his YouTube channel has had any activity on it for quite some time. So I don't know.
If I may?
Yes, Dave.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the fruit and the tree. I believe that we, the people, God's children, are the tree of life, and the fruit is our offspring. And, when that fruit falls to the ground and it stays there, what happens? Those seeds, impregnate the earth, and then more trees grow. So I do believe that fruit is real estate. It is private property, and, it's our property because God made us creators in His image. So anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Dave.
How ironic they call it reopening a can of worms.
Yeah, if I may, we really need to strive toward avoiding these unnecessary entangling situations that profit no one, and simply, antagonize the social, functionality of our meeting. We need to find
if I might.
topics. Yes, I yield. Go ahead.
The dividing line between chaos and confusion and productive discussion, it should be logic and reason. Okay?
Amen.
And I don't mind people proposing outrageous, goofy propositions, but when we take some time to examine it and we reason collectively together about the merits of the proposition, and we come and the proposition, I believe the most egregious portion of the proposition was human beings are real estate. That was how the definition of the fruit somehow got in there to human beings are fruit, and they're under fruit is seeds that get into the ground that becomes real estate, and so they're under humans are real estate. Okay, there may be portions of that chain of logic that actually work, but when you try to string it together from living, breathing men and women to real estate being the same thing, I'm sorry, there's some weak links in that chain of logic. It just don't fly. And they're under, based on logic and reason, I think those type of propositions should be objected, not just out of hand, like we're the ones in control of the mute button on the conference here, but because of its lack of logic and reason and any merit in the essence of its intellectual value to the community. I hope that makes sense.
If I may,
Nikki,
as far as Arnie Rosner goes, okay? I found his obituary. And January 23rd, 1937, he was born. January 27, 2020, he died. And he passed away on January 27th and is under the care of Harbor Lawn, Montana, it looks like, MT, Olive Memorial Park and Mortuary. And I realized that I didn't know he had a middle name Barrow, but in here it has Keith Broder's condolences and Terry Hinkle, so I recognize these names and some other names here. So this is definitely Arnie's, it looks like. Okay?
Thank you, Nikki.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's valuable. Thank you. God rest Arnie Rosner's soul. He was a good man.
Who was it?
Arnie Rosner.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to address Nikki for a moment, if I may. This is Cynthia in Florida. Yeah. I would like to not apologize for getting excited, but let me just explain where I'm coming from. The tongue is the most talked about part of the body throughout the scriptures. There's a reason for that. And if the children of God do not start speaking His word, it's why we're in the predicament that we're in. It's why Satan has so much authority in this nation today. And so to speak something that empowers what we're trying to defeat, I couldn't stand to listen to it another moment. We have got to choose our words wisely. His word tells us to keep our eyes focused on Him. That is what we should be focusing, not Anna, not this other gentleman you were reciting. We are not supposed to focus on them. We are to stay focused on Him. And He will bring us to where we need to go. He will lead us and guide us. So, forgive me for getting so excited, but there was a spirit entering this conversation that did not belong in here, and it was overtaking me, and I had to end it. So, I yield. Thank you for letting me share that.
Thank you, Cynthia.
No problem, Cynthia. Thank you. I'm just looking up seed up in the scriptures here, and it goes on, and the seed of the land planted in the field of seal, and Scripture says that Messiah shall come from the seed of David. So to me, the seed line is very important. I'm sorry you took it wrong.
No, I understand that. But if we
I know you do, and I hear where you're coming from.
Satan has been using God's word against him since day one, and we have to stop him from being able to do that and influence us and cause confusion and turmoil within our souls. And that's what those using Satan's words over God's words, don't even entertain them, because they bring havoc and confusion.
And believe me, I do understand, but there's a lot of people who think that everything that the government is doing is right, and it's not, because that's exactly what they're doing. They're using the word of Yahweh, and they're translating it into their own way of dealing with people, so they think this is all for their good. And if people don't know that, they can't, say, hey, look, no, I'm not going to participate, just like Yeshua did. Man does not live by bread alone. And that's where I'm coming from, Cynthia. And so I do understand where you're coming from, though, and I'm sorry I just kept on going. But it's not my words. It's what they put in their law books that the courts are acting on. That's all. And with that,
I appreciate that. Thank you.
If I might point out, I believe, with all due respect, Sister Nikki, that you're falling into a trap that is ensnared a lot of good patriots, in that you're focusing on the problem and the devil's language and the devil's way of interpreting things, and so you're trying to navigate from out to find a way outside to break out from that ugly quagmire of confusion that the average American is entangled in. Okay.
Charles, let me go ahead and clarify, something for you. I am trained as a mediator, okay? So I would like very much to mediate these obstacles that people find themselves in, and can't mediate something unless you know what's going on with the other side. So please, don't even go where you're going with this, all right?
If I may. Dave and the Thumb here. I just got to say, I've been on these calls since Charles started these calls, and I haven't been on every single one, but most of them. And I've heard, is it Mickey with an M or an N?
N. N-I-K-I.
Nikki.
N-I-K-I.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And I believe that Nikki is far, far, far from being confused, if I may say. Thank you very much. I yield.
Well, thank you, David. Thank you.
Well, if I might respond, you're mediating between the devil and Jesus Christ. And I'm sorry, there is no mediation between the devil and Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ wins.
Please,
the devil loses. The devil is a fork-tongued deceiver, and he deserves to burn in the pit of hell. And I think when you're trying to mediate between the devil and Jesus, that you're compromising the righteous principles that some of us are trying to hold dear.
Charles, mediation does not, it doesn't go with the positions, it goes with the common interests of the people. You don't know where something is broke, how do you know where to fix it? Okay?
Right.
Just so
right. That's why.
So the terminology being used by both is important to finding the common interest, and the common interest is to quit going along with what is being told that this is, the fruits of your labor you're going to be paid for, we're going to be gifted with the Federal Reserve note. Wait a minute, that is wrong, gold and silver. It is the coin of the realm of, Yahweh. So please, where you're going with this, I'm not between, Yahweh and, Satan. That is not the issue. It's the people who are involved that are caught up in this that is important to me.
How come you're saying
what to look at so that they can stop getting caught up in it? Anyway, with that,
I think the confusion lies in how to handle it. I don't think there's any confusion on who is Yahweh and who is Satan, but how to handle the situation.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Where the confusion lies.
I'm gonna sign out in a few minutes. It's not going anywhere at the moment.
Oh, you can say I'm going to leave. Okay, bye-bye.
Ending that conversation was a good idea.
Well, I'm sorry that I couldn't reach any compromise with Nikki. But correct me if I'm wrong, I believe she said men and women, human beings, are reducible to real estate. And I'm sorry, that just really conflicts with my way of thinking about how God wants us to proceed in these conferences.
Yeah, I agree.
And I wouldn't have gotten so snooty with her, but there's other problems, like she's talking about the state means the nobility. Well, the state is defined much more favorably and friendly, like as a community of people bound together by common law, habits, and customs. She's consistently embracing negative definitions of terms that cause us to be viewed like slaves. And that, I believe her motives are good, but my God, her brain is really wired screwy, in my humble opinion. I yield.
Yeah, there was just no productive element of that conversation taking place. It was just going in circles, and the one gentleman said he was going to leave the conversation, and I understand why. I don't know if he left or if he's still on the phone.
Yeah, Klaus left. It's just Dave and the Thumb and Roland in Polk County and you and Cindy and me. And I think Dave's partner there, Pam, might be with Dave sharing the line. But that's us.
If I may.
Pam?
Yep, the screwy partner, Dave and the Thumb. And so anyways, I just wanted to throw out some biblical verses here maybe that might help. Isaiah 60:21, Psalm 37:29, Joshua 14:9, 1 Corinthians 28:8, 2 Corinthians, I don't know what that one says. Okay, I'm sorry. So there's just a few here. Jeremiah 7:7, Jeremiah 25:5, Ezekiel 37:25, Sons of David. So there's just a few, different Bible verses that I've been kind of looking up a little bit. When I get time, I yield.
Okay. Is there anything else besides reading Bible verses that anybody would like to continue the discussion with? Should we think about winding down here? What are y'all thinking?
Well, if I could just kind of summarize those Bible verses have to do with the land, and so I think that we're talking about the rights of the people, and if you don't have the dictionary, and whether it was changed or what dictionary you're looking in, or if you go on the internet and they're going to put on there whatever they want you to see or not see, or to kind of coax you, this ad or that ad, I thought that maybe those Bible verses would be helpful. And maybe next Saturday you can bring back and do a report on them. I yield.
Okay. I don't find much benefit from just mentioning verses. If you could choose less of them and maybe actually read the text and point out the benefit to us, I think that would be more productive, sister.
Well, I think if we put those Bible verses, highlight them, put them in the Bible, and put your family names in your Bible and those verses next to them. I don't know if we have to go with all those codes and statutes and all those things. Those are things that they all made up. When we came here, I don't think they said, these codes and these statutes are all whatever. I don't really know. I think that the Bible gives us our rights. I yield.
Well, the Bible does set forth a specific model of governing that our conferences are generally dedicated to trying to restore here. But the specific verses that you're citing there, I don't recognize them of being of any significant value in helping us to figure out how we should try to channel our energies to restore a righteous biblical model of government.
Well, the one, and I don't want to take up a lot of your time, so, maybe the land patent process, maybe Ezekiel 37:25, the son of David, land title, Jeremiah 7:7.
Well, I still haven't heard you read a verse. You're just kind of summarizing there. Summaries are notoriously open to personal interpretation. Whereas if you read the actual wording, then maybe we could try to figure out a consensus about what those actual biblical words actually mean.
Okay, I'm going to look them up. Can you give me a few minutes?
Well, it sounds like maybe we ought to put that on the agenda for next Saturday's discussion. Would that be good? I kind of like to wind down rather than dive into a deep intellectual discussion here. Maybe there's some light stuff that we could wrap up the loose ends here rather than diving into a deep study of specific scriptures here.
Hey, David, I'm going to have to get off here, brother. It's getting late, and I got some stuff to do yet, so going to have to call it quits for me.
Okay. You're talking to both David and Charles and Roland, I presume?
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Charles. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm willing to hang on, and if Pam wants to go ahead and look up a scripture, I can hang on for a while, but I was thinking that you and Cindy might want to hang on, and Roland, and, we are trying to promote a return to righteous governmental principles, and I thought that there might be something more pressing on the minds of some of you than just trying to pick out a couple scriptures and read them.
Yeah, I've been on here since 5 like you. I'm just pretty tired, and it's 9:17 right now, so
All right. Well, if you're hanging up, Michael, and Roland, maybe you might have something to contribute, or if not, I'm willing to entertain Pamela if she wants to read a scripture or two.
Okay, I'll just say this about Jeremiah 7:7. Then I will cause you to dwell in this place, in the land that I gave of old to your fathers, to dwell in forever. And then 8 says, behold, you trust in lying words that cannot benefit, so that you do not profit.
Do you have a TV in the background there? Thank you. Yeah, Pamela, that sounds those do sound like good scriptures, but I thought I heard you mention earlier that you thought somehow that might relate to land patents. Is that correct?
Okay, let me look up Ezekiel 37:25.
I'd like to comment on that 7:7 one, and the land that you will dwell in forever. You can't dwell on land that you don't have a land patent on forever.
That's wrong. That's wrong. Common law does not have land patents. Patents are a jurisdiction of equity, as are copyrights. It's all intellectual property under the Roman Empire model of law there, Brother Dave.
Well, Brother Charles, you better have a big army and some mighty fine ammo to fight off those wolves that want your land. Just because you got common law on your side doesn't mean you can defend it.
That's a different issue than land patents, Dave. But I'm getting in way more than my share of arguments here lately. Maybe we should draw the conference to a discussion here, brothers and sisters. Is there any objection, any final words from anybody here?
Do we dare start this all over again?
What were you saying there, Pam?
No, this is Cynthia. I was like,
Cynthia.
do we dare start this all over again?
You say that again, please, sister?
You said, does anybody have any final words? And I said, do we dare start this all over again?
Do we dare
start all over again?
Well, that's a big one, isn't it?
Yeah, because God and government, man, you can talk forever.
Well, you can, especially if you allow people to draw you off focus, you know. I really appreciate your words about choosing our words carefully and keeping a godly, righteous vocabulary, because people that are not disciplined in their vocabulary, good-hearted people, they frequently draw the conversation off into chaos and confusion and counterproductivity. And unless we're serious before our Lord and Savior, the devil's going to win.
Yeah.
The devil's going to win. He will take any kind of opportunity he can to take you off track from focusing on where our righteous, godly remedies are to these evils that are surrounding us.
Well, and I got upset because I got upset. You know, I'm like, I don't want to come across as belligerent or whatever. In fact, I have posted Proverbs 15:1-4 as my lock on my phone, to where I see that multiple times a day to just build that strongly in my spirit on how to talk to people and not to come across harsh, to draw wrath, but to talk softly, so that, and you know, she just, whatever she was reading was bringing a very disturbing spirit into the conversation.
I agree. Yeah, and she needed to be confronted, and God gets angry. Jesus cast the money changers out of the temple. You know, he pulled out a cat of nine tails and whipped their posteriors out of the temple because he was angry. God gets angry. Jesus gets angry about deception and satanic choice of words, and God gets angry at those things. And if we are in tune with God, if we are following His Holy Spirit, we will get angry at the same time. And there's nothing wrong after the third or the fourth or the fifth time of trying to respectfully confront somebody about the error of their ways, finally breaking your respectful tone of voice and letting them know in no uncertain terms that they are bringing in the spirit of the devil, and they deserve to be rebuked firmly. I thought that was just great the way you did it.
It just came out. There was no conscious conversation.
Yeah, well, it was probably God's Holy Spirit talking right directly through you.
Because it just came out. I am learning so much, and I prayed years ago, Lord, I want your truth, and I want only your truth. And it took quite a few years before he finally introduced me to Michael. He was prepping me for all of this. I still have some refining to do. I know I won't be completely refined until the day I see him face to face. But I'm learning so much about America, where she's at, how she got here, you know, even the holidays that we celebrate. Yeah. They're pagans. We worship paganism day in and day out and call them Christian holidays. They are pagan holidays. Mm-hmm. And then we're like, oh, God bless us, God bless us. Are you kidding me? We deserve nothing from him the way we treat him, and he's given us everything. We're a mess.
We're a mess. We're sick puppies. Yeah.
Excuse me, I think the land has been defiled. The air has been defiled. I don't think we're sick puppies on purpose, or else we'd all be living hundreds and hundreds of years. Disrespect. But just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I mean, look at Noah. Over 900 years he lived.
Noah?
Yeah. Noah.
Yeah. If we had proper diets and exercise, we'd be living. The human body is potentially immortal. It's a self-repairing mechanism.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. So, well.
And I believe that, Charles. I believe that. And then one day, the water changed. And, and then I heard about those nanobot things, and I'm like, what the heck is that all about? But it's when these, fertilizers, and you get a big rain, and it all comes down to the earth, and your water smells different, tastes different, things change.
Well, we're here in Florida, where we have mosaic in our backyard, and we've got Lake O that flushes out into the Gulf of Mexico, and all this stuff is going on. And so all this stuff about water, all the goodness and perfection that God gave us, and man continues to destroy it every day.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
The man destroys it. Because of, are we seeing something different than what's really happening, or why are they being destroyed? Can you elaborate?
Well, we've got corrupted men in positions of power that control environmental policies and corporate pollution policies and things like that. It's not our average people. They like to use this for an excuse for population control and the Georgia Guidestones and reduce the population down to 500 million because allegedly all of us people are polluting the planet and it's no longer sustainable. That's a forked-tongued devil-worshipping lie. It's not the people are polluting the planet. It's the people that control the economy. That small group of devil worshippers that is in control of the whole Babylonian whore economic system that are destroying the environment.
I see.
All for the sake of money.
We don't struggle with people. It's the powers that be.
And principalities, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. And that's why reverting to a godly model of government is so important, because the devil and his evil minions are going to continue destroying this earth until we godly people get organized around real godly principles and confront them. That's what it's going to take, I do believe.
I believe that too, and I believe that when you do read the Bible, some people have said, it's to control the slaves or whatever, but you know what? It's a way, it's a book that people can, be guided. Proverbs, pro-action, right there. That's what I believe.
Yeah, the Psalms and the Proverbs are so beautiful, all by themselves. How can anybody argue with things like that?
The heart and mind of God. Psalms the heart, Proverbs the mind.
And then you plug in the Sermon on the Mount. If people look at the fundamental principles of beautiful, righteous human organizing that are generally articulated in the Bible, and don't get caught up in nitpicking particular verses that seem to advocate slavery and tyranny and murder, then you've got your spiritual center of gravity. You can land on your feet no matter how things kick you around in the real world. But a lot of Christians get real statutory and talk about this word, this verse means this thing, and that verse means that thing, and They convoluted in all times and different ways. The Seventh-day Adventists think that the biggest thing in the Bible is to follow Saturday Sabbath, and other people, they think other things are super important, and thereunder they get divided off into different factions, and none of them come together to actually talk about promoting God's kingdom for real on the earth. It's an artificial dividing and conquering mechanism that is incubated by the devil.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
We have done exactly what Israel has done. God gave them 10 simple rules to follow, and they couldn't do it. They insisted on having a king when he said, "I am your king." No, we need a king like the people. And ended up when all they had was 10 laws to follow. They insisted on having over 600. And so then he creates a new covenant and gives us 2 laws to follow. Love God and love your neighbor. And we can't even do that. America has so many laws between the federal and the state and the local, it is impossible for any man to follow them.
Right. There's technicalities on that particular point that, if you understand them, they're really empowering. That is that common law is based on principles, the 2 principles of the Bible of love God and love your neighbor. And when you realize that common law is the same as due process of law that governs jury trials and whether or not people go to jail, and it's based on principles, biblical righteous principles that are part of the common law Protestant tradition, then all of those statutory codes that are volumes upon volumes and volumes, as well as the judicial decisions interpreting all of those statutory codes, those are all from the Roman Empire. Those are all legal fiction. Their citations say that statutes are not law. Okay? Real law is common law. That's why the 7th Amendment, if you read it correctly, the 7th Amendment is articulating a system of higher law that we can get to if we have lots of jury trials. But if we don't have jury trials, guess what? All them Roman Empire statutory codes are going to be interpreted by corrupted equity jurisdiction judicial officers as meaning that we're slaves.
Yeah.
So that's why we need our common law jury trials, which is through our Protestant tradition, and which is based upon the biblical principles. The Protestants preserved the biblical principles accurately. The whole Roman Empire model of Christianity is what the Roman Catholic Church is coming at us with, and that's related to the civil municipal model of government that was created in the Constitution of 1789, and that's where all our statutes and things that are regulating slaves. And that's what we're going to be doomed to unless we break out from under that civil municipal Roman Empire model of unbiblical government that is being perpetrated like, gee whiz, George Washington was a godly, righteous man, and he was praying, and so was Alexander Hamilton, the first banker, and all those guys that were high-level Masons, and they were in league with the Roman Catholic Church. They weren't godly, righteous Protestants.
Well, you spoke our predicament that we find ourselves in a few moments ago. Oh man, and I lost it. Well, it's the common law is based on the laws of God, love God, and love your neighbor. And there's the predicament. How many people in America, they'll say, I believe in God, but they don't know Jesus Christ, and they certainly don't know the Holy Spirit. And so interpretation on how to live life, how to follow, how the government, all of it all of it, the Supreme Court, the local courts, all of it. It's the predicament that we find ourselves in because it is Satan versus God, and this nation does not. They don't even begin to know God anymore for the most part. There's a few. We are living in the days of Noah, the days of Lot, where there's just a handful that truly know the truth of the Holy Spirit, and they will be saved. The rest of them are so sorely deceived.
Well, if I might, sister, there's the principles of the Bible are really universal natural law principles of like keeping the peace. Okay, the peace is a concept that even non-Christians can comprehend, and there's a lot of people that are non-Christians that behave in more Christian manners than a whole lot of people that profess Christianity that are deceivers. They know that they're in league with. And so when we focus on the principles, the godly, righteous, biblical principles of like keeping the peace and being truthful and promoting justice for our neighbors, then we don't need to insist that everybody become a Christian. All we need to insist is that they abide by the Protestant Christian common law rules of keeping the peace. And if they're willing to do that, then we can get along with them.
But you just posed another predicament we find ourselves in. The church sees laying down and letting Satan rule as well. I'm keeping the peace. I don't want to argue. I don't want to conflict. I don't want to confrontation. I'm just keeping the peace, and nothing could be further than the truth. Allowing chaos and disorder to take over is not keeping the peace.
Sounds right, and submission to slavery is not keeping the peace. Because if you're a slave, you're not going to have peace. You're going to be angry about the fact that you're enslaved. And so there will be no peace for slaves.
Nope.
Yeah, so it's kind of a balancing act.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. But I'm going to call it a night, Charles.
Okay, Cynthia, it's great discussion with you, and yeah.
Look forward to the next one.
All right. Good night now.
You have a good evening. Cam, are you still on? Good night to anyone else on the call.
Yeah. Looks like Pam and Roland and David are still here. But just looks like Roland and Dave and me have lines here. Anybody else want to chit-chat a little bit more? I'm thinking about hanging her up here.
Yep, I'm pretty much out for the night. Thanks for the call. I do have one more question. What happened with Chris? I had an issue and had to get off. Chris from Las Vegas. Are you doing a grand jury case for him? Did that just get discussed?
We might do a trial jury case with him. I don't do grand juries here, Brother Dave.
Okay.
But I think that's a ways down the road. We just kind of touched on it briefly. There was a lot going on earlier in the conference there, and we didn't really get a chance to get into it.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully he comes back. He brings a lot to the table. Chris is pretty sharp, and I did talk to him beforehand, and he let me know that you reached out to him, and so yeah, that's why I kind of got on to want to know what was going on with Chris.
Yeah, Chris is a good guy, and Paul Nally there in Georgia. He's a pretty interesting fella too.
Who's that?
Paul Nally out of Georgia.
I don't believe I heard Paul on the call.
Okay, well, if you get a chance to listen to the recording, it's there.
I don't believe that's in the number for that's in the email. Can you send me a link to that? Or just the number? Text that to me or email that?
Well, it's in the conference invitation.
Being legally blind, it's kind of hard to, there's a lot in there. And is it right with the phone number? Because I looked for it before when I missed the last call, and I did not see it in there. So.
All right. I'll try to send it to you here, Dave.
Is it the same? Is it the same PIN or access code?
Well, it's a web link to.
It is a web link. Okay. There's not a replay by phone.
Well, you can
replay by phone
too. I think there's instructions in the first couple paragraphs of the invitation there for how to replay by phone.
There used to be, but I don't think it's in there anymore. I'll have to revisit this current invitation, because I know the last one that I missed, I looked and it wasn't in there, and I remember reading it before. I just didn't have those emails to go back to. So. Okay,
and within the week or so, I should have the recording posted on my YouTube channel too. So, one way or the other, you should be able to review it there, Dave.
Okay. All right, Charles, you have a good night, and I'll see you next week.
Excellent, Dave. Take care now. Good night.
See you, Roland.
All right. And, Roland, I'm going to bring her to a close here. And this is the 28th of November, 2020. I am Charles Stewart. We are entering our conference for our Supreme Court of Law of the United States of America. Good night, all.
What do you think of that strategy? Well, first I want to point out that President Trump is